No, it's not for you. It's not for you.
Yeah, where is he at? Princess Kayima is like, where is he? He was just here. That was me.
You don't play.
You didn't do no disappearing act.
You don't play.
I seen him come out that door and come right back in. Salute to everyone watching Truth Colors for the very first time. Salute to Doris, Custodian.
Salute my king and my queen and Princess Kayima.
Thank you, Miss
Man.
Thank you, Miss.
For those who probably tune in later on, I don't know. We're gonna just get to the intro and we're just gonna let the Father just move as he's moving because there's a lot to say, but it's like really nothing left to say. It's just like we told you so. I mean, that's where we at now. It's coming to the point where everyone's gonna start seeing, like, watch this, our numbers is what it is, and then it's just gonna grow. People gonna see people gonna have to look at what I've been saying all this time. But watch this, they ain't even gonna get it now. No. It's gonna have to come in when it's people have mindsets on how they think how it's going to go. It says all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding is going to go fizzle. So what used to be is going out the way. Like it won't even be in existence. So what people thought it was won't even exist. That is what's coming up now. And like we're going to see certain parts on there. He's going to literally come out and say pretty much you're going to see the words like 5 years ago. So, and then you got to look at my age, you know, and what we've been saying and showing you that literally I've been proven once and for all that I'm the clock. I am the doomsday clock. That's pretty much, I am. So, we're about to go ahead and get this intro and keep proving the world wrong. We've been saying this stuff. So, I love it though. I'm not even mad. I love that this came from our dear family, Dwayne, man. Our very own Dwayne. Like he be on the lookout, you know, and seeing things that I said, whatnot. He'll be somewhere, probably see it. He'll probably see it. He'll grab it up for me. He'll send it to me, just like many of y'all, you know, send me videos that y'all come across as I've asked. And people just do just automatically anyway, you know, because things need to be shown, need to be seen. And the stuff is that we come up with is we're coming up with it from the word. Like, it's not like we're going to somebody's seminar class on how to figure this stuff out. No, we're literally just simply following what the word says, and the word itself is doing what it said it would do, which is it's being fulfilled. And it's a good time to be a part of Goshen because you are literally the called and chosen. Because the ones who we thought was called and chosen, they doing some dumb stuff. I mean, there is a video of a pastor who literally told his people, who is sheep, to go outside and eat grass.
Now that's great.
The funny part thing is this. You know, it's like one thing to say, you know, say that yeah, my sheep eat grass. Until you begin to start seeing people run outside to the grass. You know, you're not even play eating. You know how you little kid, you act like you play eating. No. You know, tea time became a little real. You know, it became grass time. It became green time, going green. They all
Yeah.
began going crazy. They was eating the grass
They must have thought it was spinach.
early.
Did they think it
The
was-
grass, like Popeyes. Yeah, spinach.
Exactly.
Whole can of spinach. It remind me of, watch this though. It remind me of King Nebuchadnezzar though.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How he was made. He was given a mind of a beast. That's
Of
been
a
turned
beast.
over to a reprobate mind. He
Yeah.
was turned over to another mind. He was taken. It was a man's heart, a human's mind was taken from him, or a human's heart was taken from him, and a beast was put into him. And he went out and ate grass like a beast.
Mhm.
Wow.
7 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I
7
remember
years.
that video. That video was posted before. I seen that video
Mhm.
before. This pastor made these members go out there and eat. I said, what?
Yeah, my sheep, right?
Yeah.
And you go there and eat some grass.
Mhm. Eat some food. Go outside and have some food outside.
I thought it was some cabbages or collard greens. I don't know. But they ate grass.
Wow.
That's some
Go
crazy
now, go.
You know what he said? Go now, go. Like,
Go.
Go get that.
Your
Eat it.
food outside. And then they smell like shit.
Yeah,
Man.
Queen.
And that was
Go eat grass.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Like sheep, so go outside, eat some food.
I command you to eat that grass. Eat the grass. Eat it right
Yeah.
now.
It's really about okay. Yeah,
Eat that grass. Eat it right now.
They come years ago, so I just found again. But
Yeah, I saw that video a while back. Yeah, that's crazy.
What the hell is this on my page? Orangutan.
people are so
What in
blind.
the world is wrong
I
with
want to show you how messed up
on my
people's
page?
minds are.
Oh,
The more crazy stuff.
Huh? Orangutan.
orangutan.
Mhm.
Yeah, orangutan, man.
That's a orangutan.
It's orangutan. Yeah, orangutan. I don't even know what that is. Snake bites. I mean, like it's snake bites, but it said, yeah, it said,
Steak and eggs.
yeah, steak and eggs.
I don't eat that stuff.
This boy gonna burn in the deepest part of hell. Like, look, the deepest part of hell. On today's Lisa's birthday. Okay.
Yep, yep. Today is her birthday. Yep.
We'll hit this intro. And we'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
What's about to happen in
Heartofpsalms.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, and death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or who murders or is sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Hey, Yahuwah says, your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Multitude like your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit.
Beats by Heartofpsalms.
Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors. Ayy, when you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from Satan's squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth frame, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, yeah, yeah, truth colors.
All right. First and foremost, I want to give Praise and honor to our Father, King Heartofpsalms, who sits enthroned above the clouds. There is none like him. And so there is one person who is going to try to make himself like my daddy. Father told me, like I've been saying, to follow the story that is going on, all you have to do is follow one person in the earth, and you will see what is the next thing. It will be very obvious. Once you put the son where he belongs, look at the one who's above him, boom. Now you're about to see what's about to take place. But it's going to take place in so-called human form versus one you can't see and one you can see. Both of these you can see. So it don't really, it's going to fall apart. All right.
Amen. Hallelujah.
So who am I? Who have the scriptures have detailed me to be? So I know I'm a father and son, but on the earth, I am in community, or as in the representative for man. Who am I on the earth? Like father or the son? The son, or it'd be the son, right? All right, and then he will be the father, right? Okay. Now, my position is king of the earth. Now, Charles is trying to do the same thing, which he's going to try to do. Charles will be the father. His son will be the king. So Charles is going to leave his position because he's going to exalt himself into a position higher than a king, whatever position that is. He's going to lose, but he's not going to be losing. It's going to be Satan coming out in the flesh. You're going to hear about it. And when you see me, like, is this really happening? This, I read about this, but you're going to be in a time when you've seen it. He's going to gather all nations to come against Goshen. That's how pissed he's going to be. So we're going to keep talking about what he's doing before he does it. He's going to get pissed. We the only ones that know about it. So, like, the stuff we've been finding out, we just find out from the scriptures. These are the people that are looking at, like, affairs. They're looking at other different kind of details, whatnot, and they're looking at what the scripture said. Like, okay, yeah, this is it. We're going off what the Father said. Father then said, number one, the beast is about to take the throne. Now, for my Father to sit enthroned above, and Charles wants to be like him, he has to take another position. And that's where it gets into, like, this beast, or the red dragon, which is Satan, gives his throne to his son. And the power and everything that comes with it. Why? Because he's going to go somewhere else. There's a temple being built. And if a temple's being built, he can go sit himself in the temple and proclaim himself to be the creator. White man, white boy, creator. Then where did the color come from? But also, it tells another thing. And one part of scripture I seen, I cannot remember where I saw it at, but it was talking about a scripture where it says that Like when a people is so wicked, they can lose their color. Like you could be black, but you are so wicked. Like the Father refuses for you to be covered in that manner, covered by His glory, covered by His honor. You can turn white. Boom. Imagine you go to sleep now and you think everything is good, your mind is popping, then you wake up white. Think about that. Everybody who knew you gonna be like, "What's wrong with you?" That honor, so color. Imagine it. Think about it. This stuff is serious. Can you imagine the people going to bed one time black
and then
waking up white?
What in the hell? What? That is serious.
The world is in shock right now. I think.
Gehazi was black. The leprosy got a hold of him and made him white. Gehazi was known to be a dark boy.
Yes.
Black boy, yes, black boy. When Prophet Elijah was done with him, he was white boy. Him and his whole generation after him.
Oh, wow. Exactly.
The honor is stripped away. Watch this. The son don't like you. You don't over here. You better when you don't. You better leave him out of here. I'm gonna make lamb chop. I'm gonna make some over dry wieners. You better leave him out of here.
Oh, wow.
They
Wow.
can't begin to shake. It shakes afterward. It literally begins to chafe. I gotta tell you, I gotta show you my princess real quick. Hold on, come here, come here.
Oh. Look at her. Oh. Oh. Shalom, princess.
It's coming back. It's coming back. It's back. It's coming back. It's coming back.
Shalom. Hey, princess. Shalom. She's looking dead in the screen, too. Hey, princess. Oh, praises.
Oh, beauty.
Oh. Good to see you this morning, lady. Little lady.
Yeah.
All praises on this blessed Sabbath day.
It is a beautiful Sabbath.
Yes. Yes, it is.
All right. We're gonna get to this video that Dwayne sent. It's gonna tie into a lot of things we have said, what we've come across. We're gonna get some scriptures to show you that this will be the same thing that's about to be popping off with this. We're gonna find out that pretty much Charles and his father serves at the same time. So the moment that Charles comes in, like I said, William is already serving as king, right there in the respects. So they both become the 7th and 8th king, both of them, because they both come in and serve at the same time. Now, remember, everything must be established by 2 or 3 witnesses. So the moment that Charles comes into the throne, which will be May 6, 2023, he can't begin to really move about until like May 6, 2024. which is what we're pushing up to right now in January. So now that's why we're starting to see movement. He cannot do any kind of movement until May 6th, 2024. That's already passed. So now, June, July, August, September, October, November, 6 months since the time frame of when he could move. 6 months past that time. Yes, he's about to move. And he's about to move quick because he knows his time is short.
Right.
A lot of stuff is about to get drastically changed. Like what people think they know now is about to change. What people think they know about America, like I keep saying, America is not America no more. It's not. It done changed. And y'all want to find out about it? January. Like I keep saying, remember we brought up the inauguration day. We brought it up. We was looking at it. Wait a minute, hold up. We seen in the scriptures what it was saying. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. This says this. I was like, dog. And then it tied in. Now we can see, and I know that's why Dwayne seen it also because it ties right into the, what is his name? The one who had the dream. What's his name?
Coveston. Dana.
Yes,
Dana.
Yes. This ties right into that. Like perfectly. He said, I didn't see no sign of Trump, meaning Trump wins. But his authority is less than none.
Wow.
All right, so here we go. You ready to eat?
All right.
Eat.
Oh, praises.
And just keep on popping up. Five, whatever.
That's powerful. That is so powerful.
You're supposed to do it on the same day as this time. This is powerful. I didn't know that.
It is.
All right. Here we go. Pay attention. But watch this. This stuff was said 6 years ago. Some stuff was said 6 years ago. We didn't even get a chance to watch this yet. But we're going to look at this. And then we might come back and watch this. But there's some things that's in my mind that I want to actually go over before that, probably.
Trump's election is a sign the Messiah is imminent. So something very prophetic could very well happen in 2025 with the rebuilding of the temple.
Okay, Craig, all eyes were on the election, and then all eyes are on President Trump. But meanwhile, I love your research because you see what's going on behind the scenes that no one's looking at with the globalists. And the question is can Trump stop it? Can he stall it? I mean, that's what people are saying. Of course, some people say, oh, he's in on it. Whatever. I mean, so I really, the things that you're going to bring out, to me, they're going full steam ahead. But before you answer that, I just wanted to thank everyone who's watching. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you for those who joined the channel. It just keeps us going, and it's so appreciated. And the join button is below next to the subscribe. Okay, Craig, so what do you say as far as Trump? I mean, can he stall what's going on?
So the world has just met for COP29. That's the Conference of the Parties, the 29th session since 1995. And it's all in this session was all about the money. How much money the middle class will hand over. That's the private sector. They're talking from ranges of $1 trillion to all the way to $20 trillion. And they want you, the private sector, the middle class, to hand over the money now. So there's a certain amount of money they have to hand over for each year now until 2035. And all they talk about is we want lots of money and we want it immediately because of your carbon emissions. If you give us enough money, all our problems will go away, is basically what they're saying. So
And right, so it's about taxing us?
Yeah, so there's basically 2 or 3 ways they're going about doing this, and there's the loss and damage reparation funds. This blames the weather on our modern world problems that we have. It's via lawnmowers, your leaf blowers, your weed eaters, your cars, and anything that the factories are producing. So your food processing plants, your chicken plants, and your cow farms. Therefore, you need to pay up and pay for the climate change on all these poor countries, the island nations of the world. The second way is through carbon markets, and this is basically the Republican solution that the GOP is all gathered together on to this alleged problem of climate change, which includes putting up a price on carbon dioxide. We all produce carbon dioxide, so they're going to tax. The idea is to tax everything. I'm out of breath. Everything.
Tax our breathing, right?
Yeah. So it's basically a tax on breathing. We are going to charge you for emitting your carbon dioxide. Everything you do, they'll tax, regulate, and control. Tax, regulate, and control every single human activity imaginable, and then weaponize it with a social credit score.
Like China.
And this is being propagated by the Republicans that are in office now. So
Okay,
Trump is alone on this. He stands alone against this.
Wow, so basically against the rhinos.
Yeah. So at the COP convention, the globalists there, the deep state, is very worried over the Trump election because Trump calls the climate agenda and the Paris Climate Agreement a scam to benefit the communist Chinese. And that's probably very true. But the GOP has brought 5 of their delegation there to COP to assure the climate negotiators that they all support parts of the Biden climate agenda. So this was going on behind the scenes. The GOP is actually supporting this agenda.
Goodness,
So
okay.
Trump stands alone, at least from our point of view right now, that he stands alone against this agenda. So the GOP has changed over the last 4 years with the Biden administration. So this train wreck that's coming ahead of us, it will be very difficult to stop under Trump.
Now, you said there were 5 GOP that went, but were there any Democrats that went?
Yeah, so there's Democrats too. The governor of Washington State was one of them. I know he was there for a fact.
Okay, so basically both sides.
Both sides are playing the same game, but the Republicans are doing it in a different manner, but they're going down the same path.
Okay, can you say what the difference is of how they're doing it?
So it's the carbon markets. That's their philosophy rather than the loss and damage.
Okay, so what is the difference between both of those? I'm sorry, I don't really totally understand.
So the loss and damage fund is that you have to put money into these funds, trillions of dollars, to help change the weather. So they have to, for a greener economy. And then the carbon markets are putting the price on your carbon dioxide. So you have to pay, the consumer has to pay through their product. The person behind the scenes pulling the strings was none other than King Charles. So basically there are 3 COPs that occur either biannually or annually, and it's the one on climate, which we just had. You also have one on biodiversity, and we have one on desertification. And so desertification is on land use, and biodiversity, that we just had COP16 about a month ago or so, and then COP29 is the big event. So what King Charles is calling to do is to combine these 3 COPs into a mega COP. So they have one mega COP every year, rather than 3 Conference of the Parties. And so this will be introduced in 2025.
Okay, and will it be at the end of the year again?
It'll be at the end of the year again in Brazil.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah. It's very, very interesting that he wants to combine it, end of the year and Brazil. I mean, isn't Brazil where that statue of him
Yeah, it's a statue of him saving the world.
Okay, now, Craig, people will say, okay, they have these COP meetings, but are there really, truly any big changes that happen? Now, I have people contacting me telling me that even at their jobs, things are changing concerning like climate and what they're allowed to use and not use and do and not do. But, some people are not aware. I mean, what kind of changes are they, or how are they going to force these things or enforce it? Like, let's say in the United States.
Well, from my point of view, you go to Home Depot or go to Lowe's and try to buy a gas-powered blower, especially on the West Coast, or a gas-powered weed eater or a gas-powered lawnmower. Everything's being shifted over to battery power. And the cars is the same thing. By 2030 to 2035, they want a majority of the cars to the Tesla type of car. So it's all battery powered. And are these battery powered vehicles, whatever the machine is, are they really sustainable? And the answer is no, because once the battery dies, you have to get a brand new car or a brand new blower, a brand new lawnmower. Another way is you go certain vacation resorts. So if I go to the vacation resorts, they don't give you a large key anymore. You have this sustainable key that you put around your wrist and it gets you in and out of your room. So that's another way that they're trying to not throw away so much plastics. So it's not always a bad thing, but you can see the transition that we're having. And they'll mention at these resorts that this is a new sustainable practice. And that's the key word to watch out for.
Very good point. Yeah, and I do see that all over the place. And then, of course, this is sustainable food, bugs.
You'll see it at McDonald's. Even my local McDonald's had these big posters out for sustainability. They're no longer there, but prior to 2020, those posters were hanging.
But I'm seeing that all over the place, even with, even clothes. This is sustainable clothes.
The clothing market, too. In fact, what I'm wearing, don't tell anybody.
Right. But I mean, the main thing is that they want to tax us.
It's Giorgio Armani, so this is the number one sustainable clothing line. So the desertification of COP is to be held next month in Saudi Arabia. Given that the climate and nature are one independent issue, the private sector is increasingly, that's the corporations of the world, are asking if a single COP is a better way forward. This is one of the several recommendations of the SMI is making at the G20, which just happened about a week ago in Rio de Janeiro. So this is where everything began in 1992, and it's now circled around, and they're trying to enforce all this by 2025. So a lot of this 2025 talk. The issue is when does all this stuff happen? Does it start to happen before 2025, or does it push till the end of 2025? And nobody really seems to know. But the Black Swan event is being said is Donald Trump. So that's the wild card, the joker, supposedly, that these globalists don't know. They look at Donald Trump as the Black Swan event.
Okay, wait, explain, because
so that means he's destroying all the globalist plans.
I see. So to them, he's their Black Swan. Right.
Yeah, to them, he's the Black Swan. So the SMI knows that the multilateral bodies of national governments do not simply have the trillions of dollars to go forward. So King Charles is trying to get the private sector, along with the public sector, to come up with the trillions of dollars needed for this transition with under 5 years to go. So that's a very interesting number they're putting up. So it's 5 years to go for this goal. So that means these things must accelerate really, really fast beginning 2025. In fact, as of right now, the European Union are putting out these reset videos that the reset must happen now. And so all these countries, Spain, UK, France, etc., are putting these reset videos out in order to get people ready for this great reset that they need for the next 5 years. So the CEO of the Sustainable Markets Initiative says that their way forward to 2030 is increasingly being outdated and inefficient. So in the spring of 2025, the SMI aims to demonstrate to the world a better way to align our global assets to this task, and that is done under King Charles.
Okay, so in the spring, there could start being major changes.
There's going to be some major changes. And the number one is the world needs a single COP. with a private sector at the table. So they want the private sector to take control. That's a tenocracy in the days ahead. So the merchants of the earth will mourn when they see Babylon being destroyed in 1 hour. So there we have the tenocracy ruling in the last days.
Okay, so Craig, to you, who is Babylon?
The religious political system that's Rome. So they're saying this is based out of Rome. So this is a Roman agenda. And so their Sustainable Markets Initiative is telling you it's Rome.
Okay, right. So King Charles and the Pope in on it together.
Yep, they're in on it together. And they're saying it's all controlled under Rome. So I'll bring that up later because it's going to come up again.
Okay, yeah. And you also have some other interesting things that are going to be happening in 2025, but keep on going.
So beginning in 2025, King Charles has put, and the SMI have come up with a private markets decarbonization roadmap 2.0 for these companies to follow in the days ahead. So this was done at COP29. This includes their strategies to overcoming barriers, mobilizing incentives, and accelerate the adoption of effective climate solutions. Their role remains central to achieving the 2030 targets. So it's with 5 years to go. So there.
All right. I want to interject something here. All right. A lot of people may not know, but Batman, I think it was Batman. His father was the one who has been said to have started the Illuminati. Okay. And then inside of Batman was Bane. And Bane had a little mask on that's played by Tom Hardy. And they pretty much came in and seized all of Mr. Wayne's assets, his account, and everything. So the Illuminati is one thing, right? So everything Illuminati, whatever, which is pretty much to bring forth Charles. That's what it's all been about. Bring forth that reign towards the end. Just like how the Bible is to bring forth the reign towards the end, which is now. If you notice that both parties are all being set up right now. Now, you keep hearing go green. There's one person who has a campaign going on right now, which ties in to the go green. Even down to Sonic 3. It had on there, Happy Be Earth Day, right? And that ties right into Williams, Earth's Hot or Earth's Shot. And then you see his father on the same thing of this greenish thing. They're trying to get everyone to, in a sense, go green. Why? Because it's going to be a promotion from his son, which is Earth's Shot. Look at this, Earth's Shot. You hear them already saying they got 5 years ago. So this is Earth's shot at, getting this thing done. They got actually less than that, all right? Because 5 years, meaning what? We have 5 years to destroy, 5 years to destroy. Because after that, our power is going to be taken. Why? Because he will be 50 years old in 5 years. And it will be now, can you see a brand new day? All that. So it's going to be Jubilees. And they're coming out letting you know, look at this. People are looking at so many other years after that, 2072. They already said we got 5 years left. Come on now. This is Charles, who is the Red Dragon, telling you he has 5 years. And they make it seem like they had 5 years, trying to make it seem like the whole world. No, he says, no, I have 5 years to do this. Why? Because the one whom the world don't like right now, or don't even understand right now, he is going to be in full power. The reason why he was sent to earth will be now established 5 years from now. That's what he said to the whole world. Let's go.
interesting things that are going to be happening in 2025, but keep on going.
So beginning in 2025, King Charles has put, and the SMI have come up with a private markets decarbonization roadmap 2.0 for these companies to follow.
All right. Now in Illuminati, they speak what? Double talk, right? I mean, you can be talking about something, but you can be talking about something else all at the same time, right? So you could be saying decarbonizing, but notice most people don't really call us, well, we call ourselves black, but they don't really call us black like that. It was saying the non-carbon or zero carbon solution. Now, so this go green is to get rid of all carbonated products or people. Oops, I said that out too loud. My bad. Carbon people. I mean, dang. Carbonated people.
Yeah.
Melanated people.
Now, black people.
Because carbon is dark. Exactly. Carbon is dark.
Yes.
And therefore, this getting rid of carbon is an attack coming to our people. And watch this, no one will be able to stop it. They're coming in full force. The Bible literally says that the enemy comes in and breaks the power of the saints. He breaks their power. How does he break their power? This is what Daniel was praying about. And he said this last one was the worst of all. That's what's about to come upon the whole world right now. America as we know it, even from this video, they're telling you, they're looking at everything like, oh my goodness, it's about to change. No one is talking about America right now in a good light. Nobody. They're saying whatever we know now is about to change. They telling you it's about to change. Like by January.
They predict by January.
They predict by January. Based off of the mandates or based off of what Charles is saying, he's already putting it out there. He's trying to put it out there to the whole world. Look, I am here. Whatever you had, whatever you thought you had, whatever it used to be, is no more. And do you think he's going to care how anyone feels about what he says? What about crying mothers, crying fathers? What about the poor? What about the rich? He's been waiting to sit in that seat for a long time to bring out rulings. And now he's there. Ain't nothing going to stop his shine. And he's giving his time to do what he's going to do.
In the days ahead. So this was done at COP29. This includes their strategies to overcoming barriers, mobilizing incentives, and accelerate the adoption of effective climate solutions. Their role remains central to achieving the 2030 targets. So it's with 5 years to go. So there you have behind the scenes what was going on at year number 1 of 7 of King Charles Business and Philanthropy Forums being discussed at COP29.
Right, and there's more things that have been going on behind the scenes. Now, there's a question that I've seen, like in the comments. People were asking, and also I think I saw this on your post too. People were asking, when do you think King Charles will start to reign?
My opinion is by January 1st.
Okay, right, interesting,
But
right?
I can't. I'm not going to say that's 100%, but there's a high probability this happens by January 1st, and there's a reason for that. There's a day of peace, a World Day of Peace on January 1st, and then there's the International Day of Peace on January 19th, one day before the inauguration. but it has the same theme as January 1st, and it's Pope Francis's theme of forgive us our trespasses.
Hold up, that's tomorrow. That is tomorrow. January 1st is tomorrow.
Yes. Amen.
Oh, hell no. Nope.
Mm.
Nope.
Tomorrow is already so-called New Year's Eve.
Grant us your peace. And he wants King Charles to be that man of peace.
Interesting,
But
right?
I'm not going to say that's 100%, but there's a high probability this happens by January 1st. And there's a reason for that. There's a day of peace, a World Day of Peace on January 1st. And then there's the International Day of Peace on January 19th, one day before the inauguration. But it has the same theme as January 1st. And it's Pope Francis's theme of forgive us our trespasses, grant us your peace. And he wants King Charles to be that man of peace. So Trump wants to take out Hamas and Hezbollah before January 20th. And so there's certain peace agreements or days of peace talks ahead in 2025. There's the Basel Peace Forum that takes place January 23rd, 2025. The United Nations will undertake a comprehensive review of its peace-building architecture. The review will access the UN's work on peace building, sustaining peace, and will aim to improve in all these areas. The review will also build on developments since the 2015 PBAR, that's the Basel Peace Forum, and the 2016 dual resolutions on peace building and sustaining peace. So a lot of talk about peace. Then you have the Universal Hour of Peace Day, which promotes peaceful activities and a goal of a world without war. This takes place December 31st, 11:30 p.m. and 12:30 a.m. January 1st. So the midnight hour. They're saying this is the Universal Hour of Peace Day.
Again, I don't remember all these different peace days in January.
Yeah, me neither.
Right. So when they're saying peace, I mean, this is, but meanwhile, Trump really, he wants, everything to stop with, in Israel. And of course, then, Craig, then people say, well, see, if he stops that, well, then he's the Antichrist. You're seeing the same stuff that I'm seeing. And what's your answer to that? I mean, one of my things is he's not even for any of the stuff that the globalists want to do. He's against their agenda, but you know better than I do.
So Rabbi Midrash hints that Trump will return the glory of the Western world by rebuilding the Third Temple. And he believes that Donald Trump is the spiritual descendant of Rome, the nation that destroyed the Second Temple. That's really important to note, that it is Rome that destroyed the Second Temple, not Saudi Arabia or Assyria or Iraq. It was Rome. And the leader at that time, what we know from scripture and also from history, was Titus, that destroyed the Jerusalem in 70 AD. And Titus originally ruled under Rome. He ruled from Great Britain and Germany. So his leaders those that were with him to destroy Jerusalem came from those two regions. So he believes that Trump is going to fix the sin of Rome by returning the glory to the Western society.
Okay, but you were explaining to me before that they don't think he's their Messiah.
No. So Trump's election, he says that Trump's election is a necessary element of the redemption and a sign of the Messiah is imminent. That is why Donald Trump in Gematria, the Hebrew numerology, adds up to 424, which is the same as Mashiach ben David, Messiah from the house of David, according to this rabbi. Rabbi Berger points out that this certainly does not mean he will be the Messiah, but it indicates that he will play a role in preparing the way for the arrival of the Messiah. And he goes on to say he clearly has this inclination. This connection was so evident in Trump's connection with Jerusalem that in 2018, the Sanhedrin minted a coin with the profile of Trump, and I have that coin, superimposed over the image of the Persian king Cyrus, who facilitated the building of the Second Temple in Jerusalem that ended the Babylonian exile in 538 BCE. Cyrus was not Jewish. He makes it very clear that King Cyrus was not Jewish that rebuilt the temple in Jerusalem.
Okay, so, and what is Trump's connection as far as any of the people that are going to be on his administration and connected with rebuilding the temple, which, again, you have a very good answer when people say, well, see, if the temple ends up being rebuilt, Trump is the Antichrist, but you had a really good answer to that, because does the Antichrist have to rebuild the temple? I mean, where does it say that?
The Bible doesn't say who's going to rebuild the temple. The Bible just says what happens at the midpoint of the tribulation, that the Antichrist sets up his seat within that temple. So, and with the talk now, this thing could potentially happen if these wars progress at the speed they're progressing. Could potentially happen, a declaration by the spring of 2025. So the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, so he's a nominee. I don't know if he's been officially instated, but on building the Holy Temple, he says 1917 was a miracle. That was the Balfour Declaration. 1948 was a miracle. That was Israel reborn in a day. 1967 was a miracle. In 6 days, Israel defeated 3 Arab armies, gained territory 4 times its original size given to them in 1948, and became the preeminent military power in the region. In 2017 was a miracle. On December 6, 2017, President Trump formally recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. So something very prophetic could very well happen in 2025 with the rebuilding of the temple.
Right, and then also, can you go to what happened in 2018? Because I thought that comment was interesting that Pete Hegseth said.
Yeah, at a conference in Jerusalem in 2018, he goes and states, there is no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. And now we have that talk once again happening right now. There's a lot of temple talk. And according to the Temple Institute, the red heifers, on their point of view, must be sacrificed in the spring and only when their Mashiach shows up. So their Mashiach has to show up in order for them to sacrifice the red heifer. And so there's one man waiting in line to go to Israel. Once there's an agreement between Palestine and Israel and the establishment of a Palestinian state, and it's none other than King Charles.
Yeah, now I find it interesting, Craig, when I was looking at your post, how much the UK and how much King Charles basically is pushing for a 2-state solution. Can you explain some of that and the background with the UK and Israel?
So the Foreign Office's position of the UK has always been that the head of state, the king or the queen in past, will not visit Israel until a final peace agreement is made with the Palestinians. That's their official position. So Israel gets penalized until there's a peace agreement. The UK-Israel Strategic Partnership Memorandum of Understanding 2021, dated November 29th, was published under the 2019 to 2022 Johnson Conservative Party in the UK. The UK and Israel signed a memorandum of understanding on this day to work more closely over the next decade on cyber technology, trade, and defense. There are now 7 years left from that time. Through the roadmap, the UK elevated this relationship under the Sunak administration, and this was published under the 2022 to 2024 Conservative government of the UK for 7 years. So this was done on March 21st, 2023. So Keir Starmer has been now elected as a prime minister and has dramatically reshaped the UK's relationship with Israel. And since taking office, he had also said the UK would consider recognizing a Palestinian state as part of diplomatic efforts to create progress towards a 2-state solution to end the protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So this was stated also by King Charles a couple months ago, that the UK government will take the Abraham Accords and come up with this Israeli-Palestinian conflict being resolved. So Trump wants Israel to take out Hamas and Hezbollah by January 20th. And Mike Evans, the U.S. president-elect's evangelical advisor, that's for the church. So Donald Trump has an evangelical advisor, a religious advisor. Evans says that Donald Trump would like Israel to complete the job by January 20th, the elimination of Hamas and Hezbollah, an attack on Iran's oil facilities that would lead to Iran's economic collapse, and then a historic peace agreement with Saudi Arabia and the Sunni world. Trump has a clear moral vision. He sees Israel as the good and its enemies as evil. unlike Biden, who saw Israel's enemies as victims. The window of opportunity is only open until January 20th. Once Israel has completed the task, Trump will be the architect of the new era in the Middle East. This is said by the quote-unquote church that we have today.
Okay, but then, Craig, people again are going to be saying, well, see, then Trump has to be the Antichrist because he's bringing peace there.
The Antichrist confirms a covenant with many. It means that Daniel 9:27 says he strengthens that covenant already in place. For this to happen, hypothetically, we have to have a peace agreement by the end of December, and then the Antichrist steps in and strengthens a deal that's already in place. And King Charles, a few months ago, stated the way he would do that is via the Abrahamic Accords. How I view it is he'll take the Abrahamic Accords and he will hijack it before Donald Trump gets in office January 20th. So the state of Israel and the UK have enjoyed a fruitful diplomatic relationship other than in recent days because of this warrant to arrest Netanyahu. So UK stands with that warrant and says they will arrest Netanyahu if he goes to Great Britain.
Okay, wait, what's their reason?
Because the ICC has stated that there are being war crimes in Gaza. It's a very interesting play right now that I don't know how it's going to work out. So it's something to watch in the days ahead. So, but basically, you can see the two-sidedness of the UK. So I want to make that really clear. There's two sides of the UK. There's a side that supports Israel, and there's also a side that goes against Israel. And ultimately, it's that two-state solution. And we see in Scripture where the Antichrist will appear to be their friend in the first 3.5 years of the tribulation, and then he breaks that covenant in the middle and turns against Israel. And so we're seeing this two-sided play within the UK today, in our day. And so I want to make that really clear that the UK is not to be trusted in regards to Israel. So there's a long history, though, between the UK and Israel, and with cooperation and agreements and signings between Israel and the UK. 2024, the new government under Starmer and on behalf of King Charles III focused on the need for immediate ceasefire and a political solution in the Middle East. Updates to a deal will be announced through the foreign, you can look this up online because they update almost daily, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development website. They also have their own page on Facebook where they update. In November 2021, the British government and the Israeli government signed the Memorandum of Understanding elevating the UK-Israeli bilateral relationship to a strategic partnership. This represented a signal of intent for both countries to cohere, deepen, and expand cooperation across our mutual priorities for our mutual benefit. So it's all about the money. So this is why this is going on, and for digitalization of markets and also what goes in the arm. So it's also pushing that agenda. So we saw that in 2020, how Israel was the leader with that technology, and the UK and Israel are merging on that technology in the days ahead. Who's going to push this, Mark? A lot of people can argue it's the USA. I have no issue on that, but it's also Israel at the same time. So whatever is going to go in your body, well, Israel is known for their technology. So they're very smart people. So they'll figure out how to merge that technology to go, if possible, in your forehead or in your right hand.
Right, and then that's with a partnership with the UK.
With a partnership with the UK. In 2019, following the UK's departure from the European Union, Israel and the UK signed their first free trade agreement, which came into force January 1st, 2021, and replaced the Israel-EU free trade agreement. The UK and Israel are in negotiations to upgrade and expand the existing FTA. In 2018, Prince Charles of Wales traveled to Israel for the first official visit of a member of the royal family. Prince Philip, 1994, and Edward, 2007, made private visits also, as did King Charles III in his capacity as prince in 1995 and 2016. In 2016, Britain became one of the first countries to formally adopt the new definition of anti-Semitism, published by the IHRA. The definition reads, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. The UK assumed the IHRA presidency on March 1st, 2024 for 1 year. So we have this this goes until March 2025. So very interesting connection there where this could definitely fit within the confirming of a covenant.
Interesting, right. And so the IHRA stands for?
Stands for the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And there'll be more talk of that, I believe, in January 2025. So that could happen as well with King Charles, because he backs up. Actually, he went to Israel, I believe, in 2020 and did his speech in Jerusalem on behalf of the Holocaust remembrance that they have in Jerusalem. So,
Right. So it's like you said, it's like two sides to a coin. I mean, they're like for Israel, against Israel.
yep. And same with the U.S. You can see that in the U.S. between the GOP and the Democrat Party. So the Democrat Party is against Israel, and the Republican Party always votes for Israel. So you see that in our own parties. But in the UK, it's like all over the place. So you can see in their political agenda, they're playing both sides. In 2011, the British Embassy in Israel launched the UK-Israel Tech Hub. I just brought that up earlier, a non-for-profit venture to drive economic growth by helping British companies partner with cutting-edge technology from Israel. So we see this in play with the company Watergen, for example. Watergen is the company that has sided with King Charles in his Sustainable Markets Initiative and the Terra Carta to get water out of the air. And so they're working on behalf of King Charles in this technology to sustain the world for a better world. And the hub, the first of its kind, has been instrumental in increasing and strengthening bilateral economic ties with over 175 innovative partnerships facilitated worth more than 85 million pounds and with no fewer than 26 companies trading on the London Stock Exchange. So the Israel-UK has a strong business partnership between the two countries. In 2008, Gordon Brown became the first British Prime Minister to address Israel's parliament in Jerusalem. 1995, Queen Elizabeth received President Ezer Weizman to London. The meeting marked the first state visit of an Israel president to the UK. In 1967, Lord Caradon, Britain's representative to the UN, drafted Resolution 242, which was adopted after the Six-Day War and became the central document of the Middle East diplomatic effort. The resolution, a total of 291 words, aims to establish a just and lasting peace within the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors. Israel accepted the resolution and recognized it as the basis for all peace negotiations for an Arab-Israel peace settlement. 1950, Israel opened diplomatic relationships with the UK after the latter's formal recognition of the State of Israel in April, moving staff to the former home of novelist William Makepeace Thackeray. It officially became Israel's embassy in 1952 and has remained so ever since. 1922, we had the League of Nations, the predecessor of the UN. They met at St. James Palace, London, legally confirmed Britain as a mandatory power for Palestine and stated that the mandatory shall be responsible for placing the country under such political, administrative, and economic conditions as will secure the establishment of the Jewish national home. So we're seeing, once again, two-sidedness of Israel in our time, because they've already established Israel, but they also want to establish the state of Palestine. And this is believed by many, we've talked about this before, to be the 18th SDG for peace and security for the UN.
And just for those who haven't watched before, what SDG stands for?
The SDG stand for Sustainable Development Goals.
Right.
Agenda 2030.
Mm-hmm. Right, and we'll show on the screen, these are the 17 goals, but you don't have to read them right now. But yeah, very interesting. Repeat again what you think the 18th goal is.
The 18th goal would be the establishment of the state of Palestine.
Okay, and then 1917.
1917, we had the Balfour Declaration enshrining the British government's support for the Jewish national home. The declaration played an important role in Britain's support for and the creation of the State of Israel.
Right, so the State of Israel can thank the
Great
UK.
Britain.
Exactly, it's like the connection.
Yeah, they can't thank the U.S., but they can thank the U.S. for their support, but they can thank the UK for having the establishment of the State of Israel. So King Charles and Queen Camilla plan to visit the Pope in early 2025 as their next major tour the royal is set to meet the Pope, stating that he needs to make up for lost time because of his cancer. So he believes that 2025 will be a new normal for himself, being that he has been healed of his cancer.
Ah, right, because it's just been looking like he's kind of vanished and no one knew what he was doing for a while, and now he's going to be more in, not behind the scenes, but everyone's going to be watching what he's doing. But also, it's interesting that he's meeting with the Pope, and the Pope is very much against Israel too. They think it's all Israel. The Pope thinks it's all Israel's fault.
Yeah, so Pope Francis wants a probe into the Israeli-Gaza conflict. So that's basically a slander to the state of Israel. So we have that with the UK government basically slandering Israel and wants to arrest their prime minister, and we have the Pope doing basically the same thing. So in 2017, Pope Francis presented Prince Charles then of a bronze sculpture of an olive branch in a white box and told him it was a symbol of peace. He stated, "Wherever you go, may you be a man of peace," he told Prince Charles. And Prince Charles replied, "I'll do my best." And now King Charles, in the days ahead, has this opportunity to have proven it. So we're going to, I think in the next, I don't know, we're so close to this thing happening. So as soon as there's peace declared in Israel, that's the time to really start paying attention. And that could happen as you and I are speaking, because these things are moving at a very rapid pace. There's actually a book written about that's called King Charles the Wise. So it's a hypothetical book and a lot about mythology, but it foresees the birth of a united world through King Charles. And you can't make this up. So it states that the author of this book describes how Zeus sends Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, as an ambassador to Prince Charles in Buckingham Palace. Zeus wants a democratic world state to end all wars. So this writer believes that Zeus sees the innovative and influential UK as best placed to give this humanitarian vision global prominence, and seeks the support of the future King Charles, deeming him more enduring and open-minded than all his politicians under him. So he foresees Minerva confronts Prince Charles with his conflicting perspectives of the goddesses Britannia, Europa, and Colombia, who speak for the UK, EU, and the US, and foresees a world state that will abolish war. He accepts the humanitarian concerns behind this universalist, globalist vision, and crowns King Charles the Wise. So besides being king of the UK in all its faith, he will sympathize with the plight of all humankind and inspire a new world structure that will bring universal peace during this coming age. But anyway, it was written several years ago.
Okay, so that's basically then what their prediction is of what King Charles is going to be doing.
This is a UK perspective of their prediction of what King Charles will do. There's another document, I don't know if it's still up, that was on the internet that stated King Charles will be the 8th king of the revived Holy Roman Empire. That was on the web from the UK. That was on the web right after he was coronated in 2023. So this book is basically a typology of what is to come. So you can see behind the scenes what the globalists are also looking at, who is their leader, because they actually say, the SMI says they look up to King Charles as the one who's going to solve all their problems. We just had the G20 in Brazil, and that's the birthplace of the Sustainable Development Agenda was in Brazil in 1992 under then Prince Charles of Wales. And the leaders, they're tackling social inclusion, hunger and poverty, sustainable development. Here we are again. All leaders are talking about the sustainable development, energy transitions and climate, and global governance institutions. So they go on to state that there will be no sustainability nor prosperity without peace. To reap the benefits of our joint efforts, we must equip the world with a reformed global governance. So here we have a new order being talked about at the G20. The G20 leaders called for comprehensive ceasefires in both Gaza and Lebanon. So there's a lot of talk about Gaza, Lebanon, and Ukraine and Russia. So this all plays into this global order. So they go on to say, where Israel is fighting respectively against Hamas and Hezbollah, so affirming the Palestinian right to self-determination, we reiterate our unwavering commitment to the vision of a two-state solution where Israel and a Palestinian state live side by side in peace, the document says. And it goes on to say, the UK updates its mission to the UN. We shall make the UK more secure and prosperous by making the UN more effective and efficient at delivering peace, sustainable development, human rights, justice, and humanitarian assistance. So this is what to expect from the UK in the days ahead, that they're going to strengthen some sort of peace agreement out of this Gaza-Israeli conflict. So the UK is clear that the occupation must be brought to an end through a negotiated solution with a unified Gaza and West Bank, including East Jerusalem, in line with the 1967 lines, and agreed land swaps under the effective control of the Palestinian Authority, with Jerusalem as the shared capital of both states, and with a just, fair, agreed, and realistic settlement for refugees. Peace must be promised upon a safe and secure. There we have those terms, like once again, biblical terms again, peace and safety. So we have it upon a safe and secure Israel along a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. This was dated 22nd November 2024 from the UK. So we have a major move with the UK to, like I said before, to hijack this peace agreement in the days ahead, whatever that may be. Obviously, it fits in with the Abraham Accords and the UK-Israel bilateral agreement. So those somehow that all works in with this, and the Sustainable Development Goals. That's all part of this agenda as well. So what might King Charles confirm in the days ahead? He will likely reveal in an address to the world. This will occur on December 24th and 25th, depending on where you are in the world. So, and along with Pope Francis's speech, which he'll have on the same day. So we have, at this point, the potential Antichrist and the potential false, that we kind of know who the false prophet is. It's the false prophet's the Pope. But anyways, these two men speak on the 24th and 25th of December and will address the world. And King Charles will most likely reveal through his address his resolute solidarity with the Israeli and Ukrainian people against Iran and its proxies, and Russia's unprovoked aggression, and highlighting the existential challenge of the climate crisis, and with it make a greater covenant already in place to play his role as a sustainable king. King Charles views himself as God's replacement on earth, and you can see this through his Astra Carta seal, God's replacement and protector of all the universe, and the protector of all the earth through his Terra Carta seal. So these the two seals of the king tell you what he believes himself to be as savior of the world. He wants this for the harmony of nature, people, and planet, to care for the infinite wonders of the universe, is how it states on his seals. So I think that's really interesting in the days ahead to see how this is going to play out. But nobody knows what that speech is until he makes that speech. There's also on Telegram, there's a high expectancy that there'll be World War III by Christmas. And if not by Christmas, within days after.
Right, because they want that before Trump, before the inauguration. So they want a World War III.
And then I'll also mention that it's been in the news that Iran, Russia, and Turkey will be meeting early in 2025 to discuss how they're going to deal with Israel. So there's no date yet given, but those three countries of Ezekiel 38 plan to be meeting to discuss their response to Israeli aggression.
Wow, so a lot of different stuff is coming together for end time prophecy.
It's all coming together, but we don't know the day yet.
Now, do you think Trump can slow anything down of their agenda?
Perhaps the Paris Agreement, he'll slow it down on the U.S. side, but these guys are moving full ahead with or without Trump, and that's their full intent, is to go on without Trump. So they want to destroy the U.S. economy, preferably before January 20th, and have your Black Swan event, whatever that'll be, and then Donald Trump's presidency is ruined from before he even steps in.
Right, so it's kind of making him incapacitated to really get anything done.
Yeah, to get anything done. And the Noahide laws has updated their website. They're going to move ahead with the Noahide laws under Donald Trump.
Okay, but then people say that Trump is evil because of this whole Noahide laws, but I mean, he's not the one who put this in place. So can you explain it?
So the Noahide laws, according to the Talmud, the Jews are obligated to the 613 laws of the Old Testament. So they're still attempting to follow their laws, even though there's no temple today, of Judaism. But they believe the Gentiles must have 7 laws. And those laws are binding on all humanity. It's to establish laws to prohibit blasphemy, to prohibit idolatry, to prohibit bloodshed, to prohibit theft, and do not eat flesh from a living animal. So all these laws on the surface look really good. But if you dig deeper, these Noahide laws regards the worship of Jesus Christ as idolatry. So these are the same laws that the Pharisees basically had established to crucify Jesus Christ. It would be used in the tribulation to kill the Christians.
Right. Yeah, I've been seeing the same thing. Right. So then they would say, right, if you don't give allegiance to the Antichrist, but you give allegiance to
So
Jesus.
basically, yes. So your allegiance will be to their Mashiach, to whoever their savior is, King Charles, for example. And then if you worship Jesus Christ, that's considered idolatry, and you're going to have to pay with your life because of that. So that's why a lot of these Christians take note of these Noahide laws, which I believe was signed under Donald Trump, and it was also introduced under Bush. So these talks have been going on for quite a while.
Okay, wait. Okay, so this is alarming because, all right, you're saying that it was signed under Trump. I'm not understanding.
So the Noahide laws were given with Donald Trump in his first Trump 1.0, so his first presidency, and he signed the document for the Noahide laws. In last year, on the same day, they signed the 7-year UAE agreement at COP28. The inaugural Peace Award ceremony was held for the Noahide laws at the UN on December 12th, 2023 in New York. So we have these two events going on at the same time. So when you see a push for a new world order, you're also going to see a push for these Noahide laws merging together at the same time.
Okay, now I'm not trying to debate, but when I have looked into it, sometimes I see that people were trying to frame Trump and say that he's behind it or that he signed it, and then others have proof, and you're saying that there is proof. But then, okay, then the question, Craig, is Trump good or bad if he signed something like this?
We don't even know if Trump read it. Trump might just be being drawn in because he's friends with the Jews and signs a document. And like I said, at its surface, it looks okay. If you dig deeper, which I can assume with the lack of time Donald Trump's going to have, he's probably hasn't dug deeper into what it really means. So he's being drawn in by these super religious Judaizers to impose this new law on all mankind. So in this regards, it would be specific to the U.S. Obviously, his signature means nothing for other world leaders.
Well, thank you so much for all these updates. Boy, there were a lot of updates. And Craig, how can people find you on Facebook?
On Facebook, it's Rapture Watchers in all caps. It must say by Craig Bong. So the group is by Craig Bong. There's somebody decided to take my thing and make their own and say I'm anti-rapture, anti-Christian, and bunch of hooey.
Okay, nope, that's not you.
That's not me. So, and then also Craig Bong on Facebook.
Okay.
Which most of my stuff's on Facebook.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. After Trump's inauguration, a major end time sign will appear. Click the video to watch now so you're ready for what's coming next.
I've wanted to serve as president because I love this country.
Tonight, President Biden declares a National Day of Mourning as tributes pour in for Jimmy Carter. How the former president's family is describing his legacy.
I think he wants to be remembered as someone who was honest, as someone who did what he thought was right.
The search for answers. What was behind South Korea's worst plane crash in decades? U.S. investigators head to the scene. And Eye on America. Our year-long investigation into online romance scams continues with the effort to crack down on criminal groups targeting Americans looking for love.
I don't want anyone to go through the hell that I've gone.
The CBS Evening News starts now. Good evening, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in for Nora. We begin with the remarkable national outpouring of admiration and gratitude for Jimmy Carter, our nation's 39th president. We learned today that the official funeral for Carter will be held January 9th at the Washington National Cathedral. President Biden has declared that date a national day of mourning. He's also ordered the nation's flags to be flown at half-staff for 30 days. Next Saturday, a motorcade will carry Carter's remains through his hometown of Plains, Georgia. He will then lie in repose at the Carter Presidential Center. On Tuesday, January 7th, Carter will be taken to Washington, D.C. to lie in state at the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol, where the public is invited to pay their respects while the military maintains a guard of honor. The former peanut farmer, Navy veteran, state senator, governor, president, and Nobel Peace Prize recipient died at his home on Sunday at the age of 100. Carter is being remembered as a peacemaker, a humble man of faith and integrity, tirelessly dedicated to the causes of democracy and helping others. CBS's Mark Strassman leads off our coverage tonight from Plains, Georgia.
James Earl Carter Jr. was born in 1924, the first president born in a hospital. Carter led a long, remarkable, improbable life. So long, most Americans alive today were born after he left the White House. But in early 1976, most Americans had never heard of Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy who?
I don't know who he is.
Fewer understood why Georgia's governor was running for president.
There's a new mood in America.
Candidate Carter made a virtue of his Washington inexperience. He was a peanut farmer from tiny Plains, Georgia. Carter's campaign came down to one simple promise.
I'll never tell a lie.
After the lies of Watergate, it worked. Carter defeated Republican incumbent Gerald Ford that November.
Let us learn together and laugh together and work together.
But more troubles than triumphs marked Carter's presidency. Double-digit inflation, long gas lines coast to coast, and most memorably, Iran held 52 Americans as hostages for more than a year.
And that's the way it is. Monday, January 19th, 1981, the 443rd day of captivity for the American hostages in Iran.
President Carter had two notable achievements. He negotiated the Panama Canal treaties, keeping it open to American ships and troops, and he engineered the Camp David Accords between Israel and Egypt, one of Israel's most dangerous adversaries.
I would like to say to these two friends of mine, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be the children of God.
In 1980, Ronald Reagan became president, a landslide repudiation of the Carter years. He had one term in office, but what a second act. He globetrotted for decades, often with his wife, settling disputes. His scientific work helped eradicate guinea worm disease. In 2002, he won the Nobel Peace Prize. But the prize of his life, always, was the moment Rosalind Smith agreed to become Rosalind Carter. She died in 2023. They were married 77 years. When we last saw America's 39th president in 2024, he looked frail but alert, celebrating his 100th birthday.
That was in the Oval Office. And
in 2024, we talked to Jason Carter, the former president's grandson, from the Carter Center in Atlanta.
Those 40 years where he and my grandmother worked together on the issues that they cared about really are the fundamental part of their legacy.
How does he want to be remembered?
I think he wants to be remembered as someone who was honest, as someone who did what he thought was right, who stood up for human rights, and who respected people, no matter who they were, no matter where they lived, and that he did what he could to help them.
For all his global reach, Jimmy Carter never forgot that he was a son of Plains. He'll be buried here on the family property next to his wife, Rosalind. Major?
Mark Strassman, thank you. Abraham Lincoln was the first president to lie in state at the U.S. Capitol in the springtime of 1865. The most recent, George Herbert Walker Bush, in December of 2018. It will be a solemn and powerful scene here in the nation's capital next week when presidents past and present honor and remember Jimmy Carter. More now from CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
Tributes to Jimmy Carter tonight all over the world. American flags at half-staff in Berlin and London, where King Charles recalled that the late president's dedication and humility served as an inspiration to many. At the UN Security Council, a moment of silence.
Memory of President Jimmy Carter.
For an American leader who believed in global diplomacy. But perhaps the most notable tributes came from Carter's 5 living successors.
He was a statesman and humanitarian. And Jill and I lost a dear friend.
Then a senator in his early 30s, now President Biden was among the first to endorse Carter's 1976 White House run, beginning a 5-decade friendship.
And what Jimmy Carter is an example of is just simple decency.
Former and President-elect Trump said while he strongly disagreed with Carter, the late president worked hard to make America a better place, and for that, I give him my highest respect. Bill Clinton, now the only surviving president from the 20th century, said Carter worked tirelessly for a better, fairer world. George W. Bush said he was a man of deeply held convictions and that he dignified the office, while Barack Obama said Carter vowed to always tell the truth, and he did, advocating for the public good. Consequences be damned. In his statement honoring Carter, President Biden said his predecessor saved, lifted, and changed the lives of people all across the globe. And he welcomed the world to join the United States in honoring Carter on the day of his state funeral next week, when Biden is expected to eulogize his longtime friend. Major?
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. In another big development, President-elect Trump has lost a bid to overturn a $5 million judgment against him for sexual abuse and defamation. A federal appeals court today upheld the damages awarded to E. Jean Carroll. The columnist hailed the decision in an online post, writing, "2024 ends with a win." Carroll accused Trump of raping her in a department store dressing room about 30 years ago. A jury found the president-elect liable for sexual abuse, but not rape. Trump also owes Carroll more than $83 million from a follow-up defamation lawsuit. U.S. investigators are heading to South Korea to help figure out what caused the fiery crash landing of a Boeing jet on Sunday. All but 2 of the 181 people on board were killed. More details now from CBS's Elizabeth Palmer.
Jeju Air Flight 2216 was already in trouble on its final approach. The pilot had reported a bird strike and sent a mayday signal. And the plane's landing gear wasn't down as it raced to the end of the runway and crashed into a concrete wall. All 175 passengers died, along with 4 crew members. 2 others, the only survivors, were pulled alive from the tail section. Inside the airport, a fire official read out the victims' names to stunned family members and friends. All of the passengers were South Koreans except for 2 Thai citizens. At a memorial center set up in the city of Muan where the crash occurred, people came to pay their respects. One of them was South Korea's interim president, Choi Sang-mok, who's only been in the job 4 days. The crash site was combed for evidence to add to information that will eventually come from the cockpit and flight recorders. One Korean TV station is reporting today that the same Boeing 737-800 was involved in another minor accident back in 2021. But it will be months or even years before investigators understand the complex factors behind Sunday's catastrophe. Elizabeth Palmer, CBS News, London.
Violent storms and tornadoes tore through the southern U.S. over the weekend, killing at least 4 people. The National Weather Service confirmed 35 tornadoes across the region. The Houston area alone got hit by half a dozen twisters. The storms also delayed thousands of flights, complicating the post-Christmas travel rush. It will be a wet and warmer than usual New Year's Eve in Times Square. Much of the country will ring in 2025 on a rainy note. CBS's Rob Marciano joins us now with what we can expect. Rob?
Hey, Major. Well, the good news is that we're not going to have those dangerous storms that we had the past few days. But this is still a potent system, the center of which is still over the Corn Belt now. That's where most of the rain is. The snow on the backside of that is going to be moving pretty rapidly off to the east. So it will bring rain out ahead of it because that's where the mild air is. So across St. Louis, Evansville, Indiana, Cincinnati, up the Ohio River Valley. And then it will be across eastern Pennsylvania, Philly, New York, right around prime time tomorrow. Maybe some heavier rain, maybe even some thunderstorms here tomorrow night, right around midnight. So some cities for you, 50 and rainy here in New York City, 69 in Orlando. So that's the mild air. Maybe some snow in Detroit. Shouldn't amount to a whole lot there. In the central part of the country, you're cooling down, but you're drier. So temperatures there will be more or less seasonal. And heading towards the west, still on the dry side, Intermountain West. Most of the snow is moving out. But you'll see some rain moving into Portland. Looking ahead to the first week of the new year, we're looking at way below normal temperatures for the eastern half of the country. So a whiplash back to winter come January 1st. Major?
Rob Marciano, thanks so much. Tonight, CBS honors the life of Linda Lavin, the actress best known for playing the title character on the CBS sitcom Alice. Lavin won 2 Golden Globe Awards and received an Emmy Award nomination for her role as a waitress at a roadside diner. Lavin also won over audiences on Broadway, earning a Tony Award for her Best Leading Actress in the play Broadway Bound. Linda Lavin died yesterday. She was 87 years old. After leaving the White House, former President Jimmy Carter found a passion, building homes for those in need. A look at that work coming up. Former President Jimmy Carter's legacy is often defined by his accomplishments after leaving office. His post-White House life included building homes for those in need. CBS's John Dickerson has that story.
Almost a decade before his death, Jimmy Carter learned he had brain cancer and that he would not have long to live.
I've had a wonderful life. I've had thousands of friends, and I've had an exciting and adventurous and gratifying existence.
That equanimity and poise was not the product of some pill or treatment.
Thank you, everybody.
It was built on a foundation of the faith Carter has practiced all his life. The diagnosis turned out to be better. And 3 years later, I visited with Carter while he was building homes for Habitat for Humanity. Mr. President, you are 94. It is nearly 94 degrees outside. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm building habitat houses.
I asked about the presidency, of course, and politics. But I wanted to know about that foundation he'd built his life on.
I have always been a Christian, and I think one of the key things we learn from Christ is that we should help people in need.
He'd been building houses for Habitat for 34 years by the time we met. I asked him how the diagnosis had changed his worldview.
It's made me appreciate life more. It's made me value the things that never change much more. I remember quite often what my high school superintendent used to say, Miss Julia Coleman. She used to say, we must accommodate changing times in which we are involved right this moment, but we must cling to principles that never change. So I think each person has to define those principles that for them never change, like truth and honesty.
Carter kept at it. A year after we talked, he took a fall, and even though he had to get 14 stitches, the 39th president was drilling and hammering the very next day, as he'd been taught. Though the circumstances had changed, he still clung to the principles that never change. Tonight, people will eat dinner and sleep between the walls Carter helped raise during his life. A life which, in its selflessness, faith, and example, leaves behind a blueprint of how to build a foundation for one.
Eye on America is next with new reporting on those online romance scams, including what's being done about it in Congress. All this year, we've examined the explosion of online romance scams, the epidemic of lonely-hearted Americans victimized by criminals posing as potential partners on dating apps, only to drain them of their life savings. These scams now cost Americans more than $1 billion a year. You might wonder, is Congress doing anything about this? In tonight's Eye on America, CBS's Jim Axelrod reports from Capitol Hill.
At 66 and single, Sue, as she wants to be called, wasn't done looking for love.
Like, whoa, I didn't know romance was still in the world. Who doesn't like romance?
She had saved more than $2 million for her retirement and wanted to travel the world.
It's like, man, I really would do better if I had a male companion.
Sue turned to the dating app Match.com and quickly connected with this man, who used stolen photos, claimed to be a private equity investor in the United Kingdom, and called himself Santos. After weeks of nonstop romance from the man she matched with,
I'd get a poem that he said he wrote for me. I mean, have you ever had poems written for you?
Santos said he needed help renewing a professional license and asked Sue for $40,000.
Did any part of you think, wait a minute, I'm not going to send $40,000 to a guy I've never met?
I was in a position I could help a person. Why not? I never thought he was stealing or scamming. There was no reason.
It was full speed ahead into what Sue says was an elaborate and relentless stream of lies, deception, and emotional abuse that drained her of the $2 million she had saved.
What do you say to people who would look you in the eye and say, I'd never get taken like that?
And I would say that's because you're coming from logic. It's all about getting you hooked with emotions.
During our year-long investigation into romance scams, we learned that more than 64,000 Americans were taken for more than $1 billion last year, double the $500 million just 4 years earlier.
50% of people who are using dating websites say that they've come across somebody who's tried to scam them.
Democrat Brittany Pedersen and California Republican David Valadao told us the tech platforms need to do a better job protecting their users.
No matter how advanced you think your ability to understand what's out there, and they're going to deceive so many people, and we really have to get in front of this.
This bipartisan team introduced the online.
Okay. There is a lot popping off right now in the world. As you can see, there's certain different things I wanted to touch on in the previous video before it went off. There's certain things that was said that used to
Trump's election is.
So certain things I heard brought up scriptures. I began to tear scriptures. Number one, let me see if I can find one. Right. Like I said before, and you heard it here, said that he is going to exalt himself, right? Like this temple that Trump has been making, you know, or this temple that they've been making. This person wants to come in. On that day, when all the nations of the earth are gathered together against her, I will make Jerusalem an immovable rock for all the nations. So this is coming. Now, scriptures need to also know about this too as well. This was about to happen. So Benjamin Netanyahu is, let's get it. Zechariah. Let's say 9 and 12 or 9 and 2. Yep, a mixed race. All right, there we go. Right. There it is. Judgment against Israel's enemies. Okay, here we go. Ascalon will see and fear. Gaza will writhe in agony, as will Ekron, for her hope will wither. There will cease to be a king in Gaza. And Ascalon will be uninhabited. A mixed race will occupy Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines. I will remove the blood from their mouths and the abominations from between their teeth. Then they too will become a remnant of our King Heartofpsalms. They will be like a clan in Judah, and Ekron will be like the Jebusites. Now, there is a part where it says, see, Zion's coming king. Look, it's coming right in there, right there. All right, so it's talking about all this stuff at the same time. But that's not the one I want. Let's see. Do not rejoice. What is it? Make viper snake. There it is, right there. Isaiah 14:29. There it is. All right. Philistia will be destroyed. The king of Ahaz died. His burden will receive. Do not rejoice, all you Philistines, that the rod that struck you is broken. For a viper will spring from the root of the snake, and a flying serpent from its egg. So this is literally what is like taking place like right before our very own eyes, and most people don't even really know about it. It's talking about the king of Babylon, fall of the king of Babylon. But 14:9 right here. Not that one. Let me show you that day star. Look, it's going into that. Look, I will set my mount on the semi in the far reaches of the north. See how you have fallen. This is what's happened. All right, all right. But this is what's taking place in this moment. Where is it? All right. Do not rejoice, Philistines, that the rod that struck you is broken. Let me go get that for you real quick. Bam, right there. War crimes. It said the ICC has issued arrest warrants in the Israel-Hamas war. Now what? This one is literally what it's talking about. State of Israel, UK relations. It says, do not rejoice, all you Philistines or Jewish people, that the rod, which is Benjamin Netanyahu, that struck you is broken. Do not rejoice, all you Philistines, which is what? Palestine, right? Palestinians. That the rod, what rod, which would be Benjamin Netanyahu, that struck you is broken. Look what's going on with Netanyahu. They want to break him up on war crimes against Palestine, which is Philistines. So it's like, do not rejoice, Palestine. Palestinians, do not rejoice that the rod that struck you is broken. Now, it's been said that Charles does not want to come into so-called Israel until there's a peace agreement between Israel and Palestine. The word says, do not think I've come to bring peace. But here it is, peace and safety. 2025, all right? Now, when they say stuff like COP, 2029, people need to know what that is. They need to know exactly what COP 29 is. And why? So like, all right, they're trying to get things done, but then the Father says, I will complete the work quickly. A short work will I do. They're already saying it's 5 years left. They're saying it's the 5 years to go. Where in the world are they gambling up with that? 5 years ago. How in the world is it 5 years ago? 5 years to go. And how are they calling it out like that? 5 years ago, 5 years to go is 2030. But everything, Jubilees must start on the 49th year, which would be 2029, not 2030. 2030, I'm 50. 2029, I'll be 49. And that's when the proclamation of Jubilees begins. You start to sound it off. Jubilees is here. Jubilees is here. Jubilees is here. 2030, Jubilees, boom, in your face. And they said 5 more years ago. They're not playing with this. They're trying to tell everybody the truth without telling them fully everything. Everyone's moving on a mandate of, see, COP 29. I will be 49 in 2029. Let's look at that. Watch. Right. 2029 minus 1979. Oops, I guess I will be 50 there. It's a wrap. So 2030 is just right. 2030, I've always said we're gonna make it to 2030. 2030 is when the mark that they actually want to make it. But look, 2029, he says we have 5 years left. 5 years, which is 2029, I will be 50. GOP delegates at COP 2029. United Nations, climate change. Now we brought some of this stuff out, well, not a lot of it, but like he's pretty much trying to tell you that what these things that Charles, he's pulling the strings. He is the red dragon. And that's why it says what it says right here. Do not rejoice, all you Palestinians, that the rod that struck you is broken, which is Benjamin Netanyahu. Why? For a viper will spring from the root of the snake, and a flying serpent from its egg. That is literally father and son. And that is literally none other than Charles
And
Williams.
wow. Wow.
For a viper will spring from the root of the snake, and a flying serpent from its egg. Egg child.
Yes.
Him himself, Charles. Charles and his son. Then the firstborn of the poor will find pasture, and the needy will lie down in safety. But I will kill your root by famine, and your remnant will be slain. That means you're about to be killed. That means the people over in Palestine is about to have some problems. So they think that this peace that's been ushered between Israel and Palestine, all that stuff, like it's, he's gonna come onto Israel's side. So Charles is gonna be pretty much sitting in that temple over there for the most part, and it's going to like this issuing of peace, but it's going to be not really true peace. That's why it's saying right there, don't rejoice, Palestinians, that the rod that struck you is broken. That is Benjamin Netanyahu. His power is broken. For a viper, Charles, and his son right here, and then it's going into what they're about to go into. But I will kill your roots by famine. That means it sounds like the old people ain't gonna have enough to eat. Root is older people, the mature. So like grandma, granddaddy, mama, daddy. I mean mama, daddy and mommy may not have And then it says the remnant will be slain, and your remnant will be slain. That means the children will be killed. Look, wail, O gate, cry out, O city. Look, melt away all you Philistines. That means when Charles and them come in power, it's about to be worse than ever. Once that peace deal is not really for what it is, it's really like them to come in to overtake. It's not going to be good. For a cloud of smoke comes from the north, and there are no stragglers in his ranks. That's like an army. What answer will be given to the envoys of that nation? That's the UN. King Heartofpsalms have found it. Look, he's showing you that he is somewhere else. He's trying to show that these places are not sacred. They're not sacred at all. And that's why they're being trampled on. Watch this. Father Heartofpsalms has founded Lion's Mountain, where his afflicted people will find refuge. See, look. For a viper will spring from the roots of the snake, Charles, and a flying serpent from its eggs, William. Then, this is dealing with our people. Then the firstborn of the poor. Let me show you what I mean. It's not the same people, but it's dealing with a time frame. Isaiah 11, Bible Hub. It says, this one speaks for the poor. This cannot be the same people. Does this one, they about to have destruction at the same time? They're also about to have their firstborn about to find pasture? What? Find safety? Nope, not dealing with the same things. He would strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. All right. Next part, let me see. Yep. But with righteousness, he will judge the poor. And then with equity, he will decide for the lowly of the earth. This is dealing with that. So it's given a time frame. Like at the time when you see this happen, which is we're really seeing it start to happen right now. Because this man now is starting to hold, or they want to come against Benjamin Netanyahu with war crimes. Which is that rod being struck down right here. So we're starting to see this happen right now. Then it says right here, then the firstborn of the poor. Firstborn of the poor. So watch this. The firstborn of the poor will find pasture, and the needy will lie down in safety. Then the firstborn of the poor. So if I would be the firstborn of the poor, it's saying like I will find a place. Will find pasture. Then the firstborn of the poor. He will not judge by what his eyes see. He will not decide by what his ears hears. But with righteousness, he will judge the poor. That is dealing with our people. And with equity, he will decide for the lowly of the earth. See, look. Then the firstborn of the poor. That's our people. That's Goshen. And the needy will lie down in safety. Now we start dealing with the scriptures of safety. It says Jerusalem, Israel will have safety. But watch this. So these one people have safety, while this one, which is going right back to the Philistines. So right here is not the Philistines at all. It's talking about when this goes happen, then this will take place. But this must take place. Let me see, baby. She's ready. All right, then the firstborn will find pasture, and the needy will lie down in safety. That's us. But I will kill your root, who? Palestinians, by famine, and your remnant will be slain. So one people's root will be protected, and their remnant will be protected, while another one's root will be killed by famine, and the other with people's remnant will be slain. Here it is again. Well, O gate, O cry out, O city, melt away all you Philistines. This is Palestinians, Palestine. For a cloud of smoke comes from the north. That means like cloud of smoke means like trouble, a hint of trouble, a signal of war. It's coming. For a cloud of smoke comes from the north. That's like dashing. People are rushing. And watch, there are no stragglers in his ranks. See, rushing, stragglers. So the part of stragglers, that means they are on the rush. This would be a speedy work. Like immediately they will come in and like demolish. For a cloud of smoke comes from the north. So like, why you think they have peace? They're coming at you with all full force. For a cloud of smoke comes from the north, and there's no stragglers in his ranks. Look at this. What answer will be given? Like, I thought it was supposed to be a time of peace. What's answer going to be given? Look at this. To the invoice, that means they're coming deep. To the invoice of that nation. That's the UN. Look at the next part. King Heartofpsalms has founded Sierra Leone. He said, this is not the place of refuge, where his afflicted people will find, watch this, refuge, which is what? True refuge. So over in that area towards so-called Israel, the Jewish people and Palestinians and all the other stuff over there, he says, don't look towards that area. Don't look there, because you're not going to find any refuge or any kind of peace. So the church is going to keep looking over there and not going to find anything. But watch this. They're going to think that, it's going to be funny. When this person comes in and ensues peace with Jerusalem, so-called Jerusalem, and Palestinians, what is the church going to call them? Watch this. If Trump do it, or whoever do it, they can say, oh, the Lord, bless Charles, King Charles, to bring forth peace, to broker peace. Or bless, saying Trump to bring forth peace, and then the beast comes behind and does what? He reassures that peace. Man, y'all better.
Wow. Yes, this is wow.
Tyre is where she's at, has built herself a fortress. This is the Jerusalem place, so-called Israel. This is Israel. Jerusalem people. Tyre has built herself a fortress. She has heaped up silver like dust and gold like the dirt of the streets. Behold, King Heartofpsalms will impoverish her and cast her wealth into the sea, and she will be consumed by fire. Ooh, that's not good at all. So-called Israel. Yeah, that's not good for Palestinian. They about to come in and full force. Tyre. Ascalon will see and fear. Gaza will writhe in agony, as will Ekron, for hope will wither. There will cease to be a king in Gaza. Right now, I guess there must be a king. So on the Gaza Strip, you got Benjamin Netanyahu. That thing about to be taken away. And Ascalon will be uninhabited. That's when it's going into a mixed race will occupy Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of Palestinians. I will remove the blood from their mouths. That means that there's certain kind of feasts. You got Jewish people say that they drink blood and all that kind of stuff like that. Like, I will remove this blood from their mouths and abominations from between their teeth. That's the food they eat and stuff. Then they too will become a remnant to King Heartofpsalms. They will become a clan like in Judah, and Ekron will be like the Jebusites. This is probably what the Jebusites are, so I don't know. But I will camp around, but it's a difference. Okay, they may come in later or whatever, but I will camp around my house, meaning what? This is not my house. But I will camp around my house because of an army, meaning what? They're going to come and attack my place. So I'm going to camp around it because of those who march to and fro. And never again will an oppressor overrun my people. Man, this is coming to an end. For now, watch this. For now, King Heartofpsalms, look, my father, right? I keep watch with my own eyes. Woo, he's now the new watchman, right? Look at this, Zion's king. Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. So at the time when all this is going on, look what's happening right now. Look at the UK invading, you know, Russia, the UK and Russia going at war. Then we have Israel and Palestinian fight going on, happening right now. We got Benjamin Netanyahu being brought up on war charges. They're trying to find him, to arrest him. The Gaza Strip is really being messed up. Charles is trying to move real quick and make moves and broker peace. He said he will not come to Israel. They want him to come to Israel, but he will not come there unless there is peace agreement made between both parties. And now, while all this is taking place, look, I've already did this already. Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion, shout in triumph, O daughter of Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, righteous and victorious, humble and riding on a donkey. Daughter of Jerusalem, not Jerusalem. Daughter of Jerusalem, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the fall of a donkey. And I will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the horse from Jerusalem, and the bow of war will be broken. Then he, look at that right there, that's powerful. So no one can declare peace except the one, it says, then he will proclaim peace to the nations. That means his people. His dominion will extend from sea to sea. That is that 2029 thing, that's popping off for him. 2028 will be, in 2028, I'll be 49. In 2029, I'll be 50.
Amen.
Then he will proclaim peace to the nations. His dominion will extend from sea to sea, in front of Euphrates, to the ends of the earth. As for you, because of the blood of my covenant, I will release your prisoners. And we can see what this is dealing with now. We're dealing with this when I'm 50, right? So this time frame is right there. I will release your prisoners from the waterless pit. Return to your stronghold, O prisoners of hope. Even today, I declare, even today I declare that I will restore to you double. So that is a jubilee. Double being restored, that's a jubilee. For I will bend Judah as my bow. I will use Judah as my bow. I will bend Judah as my bow and fit with Ephraim. So Ephraim will be an arrow. And I will bend Judah as a bow. So Judah will be like the slingshot, or be like the thing that's been stretched back to push, or to shoot Ephraim where it needs to go. So Judah and Ephraim coming together as a bow and arrow. Sagittarius. All right. I will rouse your sons, O Zion. Watch this, at the time of what? When it's time for peace. 50, 49, right? Against the sons of Greece. When? The times of Jubilees. I will make you like the sword of a mighty man. When? Time of Jubilees. When is this? The time of Jubilees. King Heartofpsalms will save his people. Then, look, see? Then King Heartofpsalms will appear over them. This is my father, actually. This is King Heartofpsalms who will appear over them, my father. And his arrow will go forth like lightning. That sounds like the Sagittarius thing, okay? King Heartofpsalms will sound the ram's horn and advance in the whirlwinds of the south. King Heartofpsalms will shield them. They will destroy and conquer with sling stones. My goodness. They will destroy and conquer with sling stones. That's like a slingshot.
Yes.
Slinging stones. We making slingshots? What's up?
Wow.
They will war as with wine. and they will be filled like sprinkling bowls. They're gonna be lit. They're gonna be lit on some alcohol.
Uh-huh.
Drenched like the corners of the altar. They are drenched with
Yeah.
alcohol. Like the corners of the altar. They will drink and
Man.
roar as with wine. My goodness.
Killing at the
And they
same
will be
time.
filled. They will be filled like sprinkling bowls. They will be filled with that oil. They'll be filled like sprinkling bowls, filled with water, filled with this strength. It's going to be the Spirit of the Father upon these people inside of them. Drinks like the corners of the altar. On that day, Father Heartofpsalms will save them as the
Hallelujah.
flock of his people. For like
Yes.
jewels in a crown. For what? For a
Mhm.
kingdom, for a mighty nation.
Mhm.
They will sparkle over his land. That means what? They're gonna be shining lights.
Mhm.
They're gonna be the
Oh,
children
praises.
lit up, litty.
Yes.
Look how lovely they will be, and how
Hallelujah.
beautiful grain will make the young men flourish,
Mhm.
and new wine the young women.
Oh, praises.
So it's telling them what we need. It said the men need grain, so Goshen needs grain, and the women needs wine.
New wine.
Yes, so the grain and how beautiful grain will make, and how beautiful grain will make the young men flourish, and new wine the young women.
Mhm. Amazing.
So there is some things that is afoot that we're going to see right now. He's able to, he has some authority. People right now is seeing his authority. Here it is. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of drunkenness to all surrounding peoples. Judah will be besieged as well as Jerusalem on that day when all the nations of the earth gather against her. I will make Jerusalem a heavy stone for all the peoples. All who will heave it away will be severely injured. On that day, declares Heartofpsalms, I will strike every horse with panic and every rider with madness. I will keep a watchful eye. See, remember we just seen it earlier. He said, because I will now be watching you. You know, there it is right here. See, but I will camp around my house because of an army, because of those who march to and fro. And never again when an oppressor overrun my people, for now I keep watch with my own eyes. Then it comes and says the same thing right here. On that day declares Father Heartofpsalms, I will strike every horse with panic and every rider with madness. I will keep a watchful eye on the house of Judah, but I will strike with blindness all the horses of the nations. That is something is happening. The leaders of Judah will say in their hearts, see, the people of Jerusalem are my strength, for King Heartofpsalms is their king, their creator. These are the things that still yet to happen. We see that part where it says, I will keep a watchful eye on the house of Judah. Just like he said in the last one we just got to read. And never again when an oppressor overrun my people, for now I keep watch with my own eyes. Meaning what? He is the new watchman. He's a new watchman. Now, The enemy is going to exalt himself. Yes, he will. He will oppose and exalt himself. Is what he's gonna do. And this is Charles who's gonna do this. The man of lawlessness. He is going to let no one deceive you in any way, for it will not come until the rebellion occurs. And the man of lawlessness, the son of perdition, is revealed. You already know who the son of destruction is revealed. All right. He will oppose and exalt himself above every so-called God or object of worship. Meaning what? He is going to want to be worshipped. That's what it's telling you. Since he's going to exalt himself above every so-called God or object of worship, and people are already worshiping these so-called lower level gods, then he himself is going to want to be worshipped. Now, let me ask a question real quick, because this stands to be answered. It needs to be asked. Is William greater than Charles? Who's the father and who's the son?
The father is Charles
Uh-huh. And the son is who?
Williams. William.
All right. All right. So will Charles ever bow down to his son and worship him?
That's a good question.
Right. But it's a no-brainer. No, he will not. But who bowed to who when it came time for the person to be sitting in the chair as the king? William bowed down to Charles.
William bowed down to his dad. Yes.
Let's go look at that real quick.
Okay.
Yes.
William bows to Charles. Boom. May 6, 2023. See, Williams pledges his loyalty to King Charles. He bowed. Right there on his knees. Look, while his father's in the chair. Now here is the viper egg. The viper that comes from that egg. There it is. This is that picture right here. Right here. Where a viper will spring from the root of the snake, Charles, and a flying serpent from its egg, William. He would oppose and exalt himself above every so-called God or object of worship, Charles. So he will seat himself in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be the creator. Charles, which causes him to do what? Give up his authority, give up his throne. He gave up his throne and the power and the power to the beast. All right, here we go. They worship the dragon. Okay. One of the heads of the beast appeared to be mortally wounded, but the mortal wound was healed, and the whole world marveled and followed the beast. They worship the dragon, Charles, who had given authority to the beast, William, saying, who is like the beast and who can wage war against it? UN, UK. The beast was given a mouth to speak arrogant and blasphemous words of authority to act for 3.5 years. What is that called? Earth's shot.
Earth's hot.
Exactly, the earth is hot. So he's going to be acting in the place of his father for 3.5 years. His father will take on something else. He will be exalting himself higher than anything of a god or an object of worship. He will be sitting somewhere else, and he will delegate his authority to his son. Yes. See, there it is. You said in your heart, Charles, I will ascend to the heavens. I will raise my throne above the stars of King Heartofpsalms. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the far reaches of the north. I will ascend above the tops of the clouds. Why? Because the Father is where? His throne is in the sky.
Above the clouds.
Above clouds,
Yes.
exactly. I will ascend above the top of the clouds. I will watch this. I will make myself like Father Heartofpsalms. And that is why he gives his authority. And they worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast. Now watch this. The beast's power is not his own. The beast's authority will not be of his own. Boom, there we go. The beast from the sea. They worship the dragon who had given authority to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast? Let's do it. They worship Charles. So let you know right now in the scripture, they're telling you that Charles is going to be worshipped. He's going to want to be worshipped, and they're going to do it. They're going to worship him. And they worship Charles, who had given authority to William. And they worship, watch this, William. So Charles and William is both going to be worshipped. We show forth that the Father and Son are to be worshipped. Let's go. They worship Charles, who had given authority to Williams, and they worship Williams, saying, who is like the beast, who is like Williams, and who can wage war against the UN, whatever army he has that's with him, right? The beast or Williams was given a mouth to speak arrogant and blasphemous words, and authority to act, authority to be, authority to act in place of. Authority to act for 42 months. What? In the place as king. Where's his father at? Why is this? Doesn't mean his father is dead. He is given authority to act. That means he's given him all of the authority that comes with this role as king, because he's going to make a whole nother role for himself. And the beast and William opened its mouth to speak blasphemies. Watch this, against Father Heartofpsalms, and to slander his name and his tabernacle, those who dwell, watch this, in heaven. So he's going to speak against the heavenlies. Speak against it. Slander his name and his tabernacle, those who dwell in heaven. Then the beast, then William, was permitted to wage war against the saints and to conquer them. And it was given authority, so the UN. So it's like the UN, or anything that's UN, who, whatever you want to call it, none of them are acting independently. They're all acting on permissions. Right, look, when it says, then the beast was permitted to wage war against the saints and to conquer them. That would be the UN. So the UN is not separated from Charles, not separated from William. Because when it talks about the beast, it's talking about it in the mode of its kingdom, the UN, the United Nations, United Kingdoms, Great Britain, all of that. He will be so-called king over all of that, right? Or the leader over all that. So it's like this policy, this law, these ordinances, these rules are permitted to wage war against the saints. Why? Because it's like it's causing you to comply. How in the world could the beast be permitted? So the beast is not just a male, or not just these two men, but it's also this kingdom, this policy, this UN. That would be it. Then the UN was permitted to wage war against the saints and to conquer them. Why? Because if you're not up the code or you are violating policy, then they're going to come into your house, take you, do whatever it is they're trying to do, right? Watch this. And to conquer them. Because it would not be just Charles himself just going one-on-one with these people, or, you know, William going one-on-one in the Black community just by himself. No. It will be a policy. It will be something that's set in place to do this. And by this policy that's being enacted or being brought forth, people who refuse to comply with this definitely are the ones are at war. And they're being conquered because of their non-compliance. You understand? Then the beast was permitted, then the UN was permitted to wage war against the chosen people, or the carbonated people, as they keep saying, this war on carbon, these carbon emissions. That means us breathing, dog. Carbon emissions is literally us breathing in and breathing out, because when we're breathing in, we're breathing out the oxygen. So they can consider that to be carbon emission.
Yes.
And they're saying it's harmful. Right? So let's look at this. So the UN was permitted to wage war against our people and to conquer them. And it was given authority, watch this, over every tribe. The UN was given authority over every tribe and people and tongue and nation. They got this thing called what? Peace and safety. I mean, and look what he just got through saying in this last video. Said they'd rather have one police officer with a sector section or something like that, some kind of private section or whatever. A national sector, like national police. National police. Now, I'm trying to think of the name of this cartoon, but it was National Police. It was National Police, and it was as a little cartoon. National Police. Movie. National Security. What is it?
I'll type in cartoon, National Police cartoon.
Exactly. I'm putting the wrong one. I think it's Team America. Yes. Team. It should come up if he's gonna bring it up. Team America. See, America movie. See, there it is, World Police. See? Team America, World Police, 2004. Puppetry comedy. Team America, World Police. World Police. Like National Police. 2004. They said have one person there and then everything else becomes a national police or world police. In this video.
And signings between Israel and the UK. 2024, the new government under Starmer and on behalf of King Charles III focused on the need for immediate ceasefire and a political solution in the Middle East. Updates to a deal will be announced through the foreign, you can look this up online because they update almost daily, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development website. They also have their own page on Facebook where they update. In November 2021, the British government and the Israeli government signed the Memorandum of Understanding elevating the UK-Israeli bilateral relationship to a strategic partnership. This represented a signal of intent for both countries to cohere, deepen, and expand cooperation across our mutual priorities for our mutual benefit. So it's all about the money. So this is why this is going on, and for digitalized. Israel strategic.
Now, the funny thing is, I brought this together before. These two flags, I brought them together. This flag with this flag right here. Sure did. I sure did. I said they're one and the same. They're not separated as people think they are. I did that in the call. Sure did. This one right here.
healed. But what is this, really? How does it get healed? Where did this come from? Let's look, shall we? Here it is again. That's what that symbol is. Let's do it, shall we? Judaism. Jewish Macedonia. Here it is again. Flag. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, you could, but why would you? These are the same ones. Their ancestors were the ones who caused our ancestors to give in, who made a pact with them. And it's still to this day, we are under that pact. That's why they're able to take what belongs to us. And it seems as the Father does nothing because we are still under this covenant. The call part 4 is to bring you out of that, to make you aware of what has been going on. Look, it's right here. It's in everything. Look at it. And it seems as the Father does nothing. And it seems as the Father. Look, there it is. There it is.
Amen. Yep.
There it is. The Jewish star with the Great Britain, and look, it got the little king in the middle. Man, what?
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Ben brought that out.
Wow.
It is Great Britain's flag. Here it is. The Israeli flag. Here it is. Israel and UK clinched $2.1 million deal for joint science and innovation projects. They are one and the same.
Strategic Partnership Memorandum of Understanding 2021, dated November 29th, was published under the 2019 to 2022 Johnson Conservative Party in the UK. The UK and Israel signed a memorandum of understanding on this day to work more closely over the next decade on cyber technology, trade, and defense. There are now 7 years left from that time. Through the roadmap, the UK elevated this relationship under the Sunak administration, and this was published under the 2022 to 2024 Conservative government of the UK for 7 years. So this was done on March 21st, 2023, by January 20th.
Remember, the kingdom is not divided, right? Committed to a two-state solution. The government is not divided. It's the kingdom will not stand. They're one and the same. Right. Moving on. Right. So the UN, or pretty much William, this is William because he's given an act, even also the UN, right? So the UN, William, all that's, but like I said, one. Given authority to act for 42 months, right? He has authority over every tribe and people, tongue, and nation. He causes all what? To take a mark. That's what that means. And all who dwell on the earth, look, see, will worship William. All whose names have not been written from the foundation of the world in the book of life belonging to King Heartofpsalms, who was slain. Now,
anyone who worship William is automatically worshiping his father Charles. If you are worshiping Charles, you are automatically worshiping also William. Does that make sense to everybody? You cannot worship
Yes.
one without worshiping the other. That's why both of them are going to be worshipped. Meaning what? This whole entire Bible has been talking about a king to come. And the reason why it says worship is because the Father has commanded for the angels to worship his son. This one right here, they're coming in and seeking worship, and they are regarding themselves as the king. And the Father's like, no, that's not true. That's not the true king. That's not the true, that's not it. No. But if you fail and choose the wrong king, then there is punishment. So the whole world right now is about to get ready to embrace Charles as their king. Charles could not do anything on May 6, 2023, because it was only the first year. He hadn't even begun to reign yet. But by May 3rd, 2024, you will already have now 2 years as being so-called king or instated as king. Notice right after that, he moves with force. He begins to waste no time, gets up and start moving. Why? Because he cannot even move until he has a witness. Until he has a second witness. Once he has 2 years in his position, now he can move. And he's hitting the ground running. He is hitting the ground running. He ain't wasting no time, so people don't need to be wasting no time with him. All right. Let's see. Get back to this one. All right. He who has an ear, let him hear. See? So like those who can see what I'm saying to you, like, man, I can see it. If you have ears, let them hear. Meaning what? Listen up. Don't think what I'm saying to you is a joke. Don't like, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. That's what this means. Like, if you can hear what I'm saying to you right now, don't take what I'm saying to you as like a joke. Like, this is not a joke. We're speaking real to you. Watch this. If anyone is destined for captivity, meaning what? When a UN comes in, y'all need to understand this. When Charles comes in, whoever is not in compliance with what they said, if anyone is destined for captivity, into captivity he will go. So if you think you're going to have a life in America, and you think life is going to stay the same for you in America, this is dealing with the same. I'm about to show you another scripture, and it's going to tie in with this. What I'm saying right now, you're going to get it. Watch this. Those who seek to save their life will lose it. That's what's going on. Those who seek to save their lives, they're going to lose it. But those who give up their life for me, meaning what? The life that they have right now. See, the coming of the king. Look, all this stuff is talking about the coming of the king. That's what all this stuff is dealing with right now. My coming kingdom. The coming kingdom. So he's doing all this stuff right now, and people are supposed to acknowledge him as king. And he was like, Father's like, that's fool's gold. That's not the real king. That's not the real kingdom. Don't be fooled by it. And anyone who actually pledges allegiance to it, anyone who gets down with the UK, get down with UN, get down with Charles, get down with Williams, whatnot, will be burning forever. Quite like so. People don't like it, oh well, it is what it is. Next one, let's go. See the coming of the king. There it is. coming of the kingdom. When asked by the Pharisees, when the kingdom of Heartofpsalms will come, Isaiah replied, the kingdom of Heartofpsalms will not come with observable signs. Meaning what? There ain't gonna be no signs of no temple being made. But notice what Charles is doing. Know what people say, watch this, look, here it is, or there it is. Look, right now, you can look this up and say, look, this is why everyone is Googling Trump's third temple. Let's look that up real quick. Exactly, let's just do that. Trump third temple. There's gonna be other people talking about this, I guarantee you. Guaranteed.
Trump's plans for the third temple, they're going to reshape the whole Middle East and overcome every obstacle. Wait a minute, you say, wait. Donald Trump has plans for a third temple? Yes, he's always had plans for one. Here is Trump's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, talking about just that.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the Western Wall of the Temple Mount, the Western Wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle, 1948 was a miracle, 1967 was a miracle, 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle. And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
Every single last one of those things that he called was a miracle. Let me show you the real things. That we call them. Don't say it's a miracle, okay? It means it's a wonder then, right? False signs of wonders. So 1917 was a false sign. Amen. Hallelujah. Even him whose coming is according to the working of Satan with all power, signs, and lying wonders. 1912, look, all kinds of counterfeit miracles and deceptive signs and false wonders, all of them lies. The coming of the Antichrist, the coming of the lawless one, the coming of the dragon, the lawless one, is through the activity of Satan attended with great power, all kinds of counterfeit miracles, and what he just said, and everything he just said was all false signs and wonders. He said all these things was miracles. They're actually false signs and wonders. And I'm gonna let them say them again. 1912, false sign. So instead of any word he says this was a miracle, that was a miracle, say false sign. The backward declaration, false sign. Every single thing, false sign. And the working of it is the power of Satan. Let's go.
And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle. 1948 was a miracle. 1967 was a miracle. 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle. And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not
false
possible.
Sign, false wonder.
And a step in that process, a step in every process, is the recognition that facts and activities on the ground truly matter.
And that's what Trump's administration has to say. In an article in Israel 365 News written by a man that I would like to call a friend, Eliyahu Adam Berkowitz, He reports what Trump's election means for the Third Temple. And I quote, Rabbi Yosef Berger revealed some amazing aspects of Donald Trump's victory in the recent U.S. presidential election, most notably his potential role in building the Third Temple. As a spiritual descendant of Rome, and that's what he's calling Trump, the nation that destroyed the Second Temple, Trump has the potential to do a tikkun, fixing the sin of Rome and returning the glory to Western society. Trump's election is a necessary element of the redemption and a sign of the Moshiach, Messiah, that he's imminent. Rabbi Berger said, this certainly does not mean that Trump will be the Messiah, but it's an indication that he will play a role in preparing the way for the arrival of Messiah. So Israel is viewing Trump as the temple builder, paving the way to the Messiah. And you know, Trump is a builder. You've heard of the Trump Tower, right? Trump Plaza. Well, how about the Trump Temple? It sounds completely sacrilegious to you and me, but probably not in Trump's mind. And there is a historical precedent for someone just like that. Not president, precedent, a historical model and example. You've heard the Second Temple called Herod's Temple, right? Herod was one of the greatest builders of the 1st century BC. The Herodium near Bethlehem, a fortified palace built on an artificial hill. Masada near the Dead Sea, the site famously associated with the Jewish zealots' last stand against the Romans in 73 AD. And of course, Herod's Temple. Herod expanded and refurbished the Second Temple in Jerusalem, transforming it into this magnificent structure. He adorned it with white and gold and precious stones, making it a wonder of the ancient world, so much so that the disciples commented on that to Jesus in Matthew 24, 1-2. He also enlarged the temple platform, creating a vast area, and most of which is still visible. You know, the Western Wall, where Jews worship today, is a remnant of this expansion. So why did Herod renovate the temple? He wasn't really Jewish. To win the praise and support of the Jewish people. Now, Trump has Herod's same zeal for building and real estate. Why will he want to help build the temple? Well, kind of for the same reasons as Herod. For bragging rights, to have constructed the greatest structure for peace in the whole world, a house of prayer for all nations, and to gain the praise and support of millions. But Trump knows you don't build a third temple without solving the Middle East conflict first. Its construction has to be connected to an overall agreement for peace, or you're just going to launch World War III. I mean, if you built the temple on the Temple Mount today, all of the Muslim world would attack you immediately. Donald Trump is going to be the 11th president in a row who's seeking to bring a solution to the so-called Israeli-Arab conflict. And he was one of the 11 already. He knows he failed to do just that in his first administration. He started the peace process by proposing the deal of the century, which is still the blueprint for all Middle East peace deals. And he recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital and then relocated the U.S. embassy there. And for that, he was heralded in Israel as the next Cyrus the Great, and even had his face appear on the famous Cyrus coins. And don't think for a minute that he didn't just love that. But he knows that Cyrus accomplished something that he still hasn't. Cyrus authorized the building of the Second Temple. Trump's a competitor. He hates to lose. Trump is entering this second administration as a 4-year lame duck president, no longer running for office. He can't. Nothing will hold him back from going all in, pushing all his chips into the middle of the table to make this happen. In his mind, he wants to be remembered as the greatest U.S. president. And doing this Building the third temple will make him just that, at least in his own mind. This is Bible teacher Nelson Walters, and Trump and the temple aren't all we're talking about today. We also have a very special announcement about halfway through the video. Be sure you listen for it. Now, Trump has something else going for him this time around that he didn't have the first time around. And that is, I think, the will of God himself. Nothing happens of this magnitude scripturally without the permission of God the Father. God has prophesied that when the time is right, either a temple of some sort or a temple accommodation will appear on the Temple Mount. A temple, use of the existing Dome of the Rock, or possibly just a tabernacle, but something has to appear there. Is 2025 that time? Well, we can't say for sure. We aren't prophets on this channel. However, prophecy certainly seems to be aligning. On the Feast of Trumpets 2024, it appears with what we believe to be 95% probability that the 70th week of Daniel, or the tribulation, began with the covenant with the many being approved and enforcement of that covenant. If the tribulation truly has started, the temple then has to be less than 3.5 years away. Now, if you're new to this idea that the tribulation has actually already started with a crazy 95% probability, you're probably stunned, saying, I didn't see the Antichrist make a covenant with many, with Israel yet. And you'd be correct, because that isn't what happened, nor is it what the Bible says happens. Our English translations of Daniel 9:27, where that event is found, are mistaken. In this popular other video on this channel, and the link will be at the end of this video, we discuss how numerous experts in Hebrew, including Emmanuel Tov, the greatest expert on ancient Hebrew in the whole world, show the verse actually says, he, being the Antichrist, will cause to strengthen or enforce a covenant with the Gentiles and Israel for 7 years. That covenant is the greatest secular covenant of all time. We believe it is the pact for the future, which grants the United Nations and the World Court unprecedented powers over the nations. The enforcement began on the very first day of the Hebrew year, the first of the 7 years, on the Feast of Trumpets. On that day, a 90-nation alliance was formed to use the pact, to enforce the pact, the covenant, to create a two-state solution in Israel. They'll continue to enforce this for an entire period of 7 years until Jesus returns and puts an end to it. And yes, behind the scenes is the Antichrist, causing all this to happen. That's why you haven't seen him. He's behind the scenes. He isn't revealed until the midpoint when he sits in the temple of God, just like it says in 2 Thessalonians 2:3. So why do we say there's 95% possibility? Because the enforcement on Israel is not yet complete. A two-state solution and Temple Mount sacrifices have yet to be started. So it's only in process. And that, we believe, is where Trump may enter the picture. Once the Middle East peace plan is authorized and Israel is divided in fulfillment of Joel 3:2, then we can say that the tribulation has started with 99% assurance. When those Temple Mount sacrifices are ended, however, and the Antichrist sits in the temple to declare himself God, that's a one-of-a-kind sign. There's no doubt at that point, and then we can say it's 100%. And that will fulfill the second half of Daniel 9:27. But the bottom line is, it appears, this is the time when the division of Israel and the building of a temple will happen according to the most important timeline, God's timeline. And that's where Trump finds himself. But this remains to be seen. We aren't all the way there yet. However, if we are in the first year, which is a year of false peace, then those plans almost assuredly must happen within the next year. But as we said, Trump has more going for him this time than he had in his first administration. As you can see, Trump has now gained some powerful allies that he just didn't have that first time around. He has the power of the United Nations Pact for the Future, the power of the World Court, the one that just issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant, and a 90-nation alliance attempting to enforce that covenant on Israel. So that is the first obstacle that has already been overcome. Trump has nearly the entire world on his side trying to force a Middle East peace plan. And within the last month, Trump has lost some opponents to Middle East peace. The first step toward the temple. The leaders of the Hammis, like Yahya Sinwar, and the Hezis have been killed. These leaders used to oppose the idea of a divided Israel. They wanted Israel completely removed from the map and eradicated so they could have all the land. But without these leaders, there's really no one to oppose the peace other than Israel. So Trump will enter office without one major opponent. And it is a lot easier to negotiate with one party, like just Israel. Two, before temple, or we would be in the middle of World War III. Now, before we get to the actual building of the temple, I want to make a very big announcement. And that announcement is that we have completed a new book, something called The Last Seal. It's different than any other Nelson Walters book. It is a fictional account of a group of Christians who go through the tribulation. And it's very different from anything like Left Behind or other books of his genre. And there are many reasons for that. But the main reason is, you might be saying, hey, you're saying we might be in the tribulation. Well, what do I do? Well, it's one thing for me to just tell you what to do. It's another thing to have a book like this that shows you what a group of Christians are doing step by step through the tribulation. It's going to be really exciting. I mean, it is really a dramatic story, action-packed. And on top of that, we're planning to hopefully make a video novel that will go through this chapter by chapter and show you on this channel what that will be like. Right now, we're soliciting AI artists who know how to create AI images with consistent characters that remain the same from scene to scene to scene. If you're one of those people who know how to do that specific skill, email me, and my email will be down in the description, and let me know about that. Please only use that email if you're one of those asking to help us with this project. Now, let's get back to Trump and his building of the temple. If you remember, we were talking about things that would help him create a peace plan so that he can go forward and then build a temple. Trump can also reconnect with a powerful ally that assisted him in his first attempt to bring peace to the region, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Even in the last 4 years under the Biden administration, MBS has been the one driving force toward Middle East peace and toward a Middle East peace plan. He is the one who set up the 90-nation alliance as well. His close relationship with Jared Kushner, Trump's former senior advisor and son-in-law, facilitated all the discussions on that plan. And although Saudi Arabia didn't sign the Abraham Accords yet, it's likely they will if a two-state solution is agreed on. And MBS also has this vested interest in having a Jewish presence on the Temple Mount. What, you say? He's in favor of that? Yes, he is. And there's a reason. Really about, right? We know Trump secretly desires to be the builder of the third temple for egotistical reasons. And in Israel, are many sects that support this temple as well. The religious Zionists, the Orthodox, and even many Hasidic Jews. Even the nominally religious Jews, who make up the majority of the Jews in Israel, would probably love to see normalization of a Temple Mount, which is a spark to all sorts of Middle East conflict. Solve the Temple Mount problem, and you solve the Middle East in many other ways, most of them say. So making a Jewish presence on the Temple Mount will be part of a peace plan. If this was agreed to by the nations of Islam, it would be welcomed by Israel too, and would be a crucial component of peace. Now, the resumption of sacrifices and the building of the temple seem perfect tokens to be traded by the Islamists to Israel to allow the two-state solution. The Islamists get land, Israel gets peace, and the right to sacrifice and build a temple. Not only that, but Saudi Arabia is joining the Abraham Accords, and the placement of a United Nations security force would both protect the peace. If Israel gets these type of concessions, it's a whole lot more likely they will consent to the dividing of their land. Now, why would MBS also favor a Jewish presence on the Temple Mount? We said that before, and you were probably, mind was exploding, saying, how could that be? Well, there are three most holy sites in Islam: Medina, Mecca, and Jerusalem. Two of them are in Saudi Arabia, where MBS will soon rule, and one isn't. Doesn't that tell you something? MBS wants to downplay Jerusalem, where he doesn't rule, and promote the Saudi Arabian sites where he does rule. In fact, he has sponsored scholarly articles in Islam that state that the Prophet Muhammad's visit to heaven on a donkey that they claim happened in Jerusalem actually took place in, big surprise here, Saudi Arabia, not Jerusalem. MBS would love nothing more than to have the Temple Mount shared with Israel to downplay Jerusalem and promote Saudi Arabia. So everything seems to be aligning in 2025 for the two-state solution and the beginning of a temple or temple accommodation like the Dome of the Rock. Prophecy, Trump's desire for glory, MBS, the Pact for the Future, the World Court, and Netanyahu's arrest warrant, and the 90-nation alliance to force all this to happen. And as we said earlier, the only reason that Christians aren't seeing this is the mistranslation of the first half of Daniel 9:27, the one that has believers looking for the Antichrist to make a covenant with Israel, instead of being behind the scenes and enforcing a pre-existing covenant. Click right here to keep watching and discover what a dozen experts on the Old Testament and the Hebrew language have to say about that verse, and be amazed. Till then, this is Nelson, and I'll see you there. Could many, if not most, English translations of the Bible contain a fatal mistranslation of Daniel's prophecy about the tribulation? What is scary is that this mistranslation is found in what many call the most important prophecy in the whole Bible, the 70 weeks prophecy. This prophecy details the first and second coming of Jesus. Today, top Hebrew scholars will help properly translate those verses for us so you can see what it really says. And when you see it, it may change the way you interpret the prophecy, and maybe it will change your mind about the tribulation.
So this one talks about as if people got to go through the tribulation. Now as people actually going to want to
Trump's
escape
plans for the
he's out there saying what you can do to survive the tribulation. Why is he saying that now? Everybody be like, wait, man, I guess you can't really think you're going to heaven now when you got people, doing a lot of stuff. People like, oh, they found me twerking in the church. So not saying you go to church, don't really really don't mean nothing. Don't hold no no weight as like, oh, I'm holy, none of that. So people gotta start thinking like, wait a minute, why in the world should we escape the tribulation when we not really, the church has really been taking hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. And then to keep thinking you're gonna make it after your organization is taking hit after hit after hit, you are delusional. So now they're talking about what we just seen right here. He says, it's not like Left Behind. It's different, like how to survive during the tribulation. So these people still believe this thing, but somewhere down the line, they're gonna have to change the way that they see things. They're gonna have to like look at all the evidence that's being pointed, look at who's saying what on social media. Watch this. I'm like a needle in the middle of a haystack. So that's why it says broad is the way, but few there be that find the truth. Because it's going to literally be like a needle in the midst of a haystack. There it is. So we got these temple talks that's being, let's keep going into focus, keep coming in more and more and more. People are trying to hasten it even more, all the more. For good reason. All right. Then he said to the disciples, the time is coming when you, who the disciples, when you will long to see one of the days, wow, of the Son of Man, but you will not see it. He said that to his disciples. I love that. So to the 12 disciples, before he passes or leaves or transitions, he tells them, you will long to see one of the days of the Son of Man, but you will not see it. He said, what? You're not going to be around in a sense like to see it. You will long to see one of the days of the Son of Man, meaning what? You will desire. To see one of the days. See one of the days of the Son of Man. But you will not see it. People will tell you, so he said, during your time, the disciples' time, New Testament time, look, there he is. Look, here he is. He says, do not go out or chase after them. But just as the lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, so will be the Son of Man in his, watch this, in his day. He is speaking of a whole nother day outside the day that they're living in at that very moment. He said, you're going to want to see it. The disciples like, ooh, I can't wait. I just want to see it. And he said, you ain't going to see it. This is what happened a little bit off, far off than you. Now, I love that. I mean, the New Testament must come forth first before the Son of Man can come forth in his day. That means slavery and all that stuff must take place before the true Son of Man can come forth in his day. Has to. No other way. Let's keep going. But he said during the time of the disciples, people be writing off lies, saying it's already happened. He's telling them right now, the Son of Man would not come during your time. So all this time when this Antichrist, Messiah messages start to come up, don't chase after it. Don't believe it. Don't follow after it. People will tell you, look, there he is. Or look, here he is. Do not go chase after them. Do not go out or chase after them. For just as lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, that's what I saw June 22nd, June 23rd, 2022. That's what I saw. You're reading it right there. Lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other. Just like I said, that is daddy. If you ever see that, woo, your heart might drop. Because that's him. I'm telling you, that's him in all of his glory. That is our daddy right there. All this other stuff they talking about, they can go on somewhere with that. You know what I'm saying? But just as the lightning flashes, but just as the lightning, notice it's no thunder yet. There's no thunder. But just as the lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, meaning what? From the east to west. We're going from one end, from east to west. It's lighting up the sky from east to west. That is his presence. That means that is how he comes in. This will be the same day when he said the beast is about to take the throne. That's what appeared in the sky, was that. That sign. Now, but just as the lightning flashes and lights the sky from one end to the other, watch this, so will be the Son of Man in his day. That's powerful. Meaning, when that sign showed up, the only way that sign can show up is if the Son of Man is on the earth. The Son of Man will be always accompanied with this symbol. The Father. Always. Notice the flashing lights like the sky from one end to the other. That signifies the Father right there. Yeah. None of these things can happen without the Father's help. And it's showing you that there's a witness with the Son. With the Son towards the Father. With the Father towards the Son. And the Messiah is describing the Father by lightning flashes and lights up. Then he goes right into the Son is right there. Meaning what? The Father would be there to tell his Son what's up, what's going on, what's about to happen. But to give us more instructions. Tell Goshen this. Tell Goshen that. So now he done showed you the sign of the Father. Whenever that sign is shown up, understand that the Son of Man is right there too. But if that's not the case, that'll be like a person like stopping off in front of our house. We don't know them, but they're outside just blowing the horn. Might be like, baby, did you order a ride, a taxi or something? No, baby. Well, there's a man outside just blowing the horn, right? Well, I thought that was yours. No, I don't order nobody. But why is he outside blowing the horn? I don't know. It'll mean like it will have no purpose. If you ever see the lightning flashes light up the sky from one to the other, it will always have purpose. It will never just be there. And the Father just said, I just want to show you my lights. I just want to show you how much I'm shining. I just want to show you I'm shining.
Amen.
Meaning it will always be a purpose. There'll be always a message that's accomplished this time.
Yes.
This is good, man. I'm telling you, bro. Queen did her thing with that way.
Kayima say amen.
Did her thing on that one. I know y'all had y'all little feeling on it yesterday. That was good.
Yes, it was. It was very delicious.
We'll keep be doing stuff like that. Just keep doing stuff like that.
Man, it was really nice.
Mm-hmm. All right. So here's the sign of the Father, like I said before. And this day puts us right there. Look, for so will be the Son of Man in his day. This is June 23rd, 2022, because it's the only time I've ever seen it. I've never seen this before, ever. I've never seen flashes of lights light up the sky from one end to the other. Not in America, only here in the Gambia. I've never seen it nowhere else. I read about it in the Bible, but never seen it. But I witnessed it June 23rd, 2022. And that's why I said, will be the same. Said when you see the flashes of lights, the lightning flashes and lights at the sky from one end to the other, and it has to be from one end to the other. It can't just be lightning going from one end. It has to be going from both sides. So it's lightning this way and it's lightning that way. That's the Father. Notice it's right there. The Son is there. So will be the sign. So will be the Son of Man in his day. Meaning what? The Father and Son will always be together. Next part. But watch this. But first, look at this. But first, let's put it out here. King Heartofpsalms must suffer many things and be rejected by his own generation, by his own people, by this generation. That means literally mama, daddy, grandma, brothers, sister, cousins, aunties, nephews. You get the whole family, right? And that means not just my family. I'm talking about the age bracket. He must be rejected by this generation. This generation means those people who are living right now. That means if I go to a Christian right now, tell them who I am. Hey, I'm King Heartofpsalms. I am the savior of the world, and we're the savior of my people. They call me JC ignorantly, but actually it is me. What are you talking about? He must be rejected. Now, this one might be a grandma. The next one might be a mother. I might go to their daughter. Hey, daughter, I'm, you 44, I'm, 45, whatever like that. Now, to her generation, which would be, her little kids, which would be like around Queen Kanara's age, 29, 30, moving that generation also will reject. Do you understand? Moving on down from that generation, Down it says, but he must be first rejected by this generation. This time and age must reject him. So watch this. I can't be received immediately, not by everyone, until I am first rejected. Look what it says. For just as lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, so will be the Son of Man in his day. So watch this. Before this incident happened, of the lightning flashing from one end to the other, I must be rejected by the generation. And that already takes place like in 2020, 2019, 2021. He must be rejected. So before June 23rd, 2022 can take place, because this will be the first time I ever see this come into place. Before the lightning, and I love that because it puts a more preciseness on everything. It don't just throw everything up in the air. Like it just toss it up and just say it's got to, whenever we want it to happen. No. It's already put the date there. For just as the lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, so will be the sign of the so will be the Son of Man in his day, June 23rd, 2022. That's when this takes place. But before what? The lightning flashes and lights up the sky from one end to the other, he must first suffer many things and be rejected by this generation. So before June 23rd, 2022 takes place, I must be rejected before June 23rd, 2022 takes place. I must be rejected. Must be. There is no and buts about it. So watch this. Let me ask a question. Did the people receive me or did they reject me? See what I'm saying? Before June 23rd, 2022, I would have to be rejected.
Yeah, you was definitely rejected.
I
Yes.
have to be walking away from Goshen. People have to be leaving Goshen. We have Encoy who left.
Yep.
We have other people who done left.
Mhm.
Charles, we have other people that we'd have other even people who have rejected me before they even showed up.
Right. Amen.
So right now I would be on rejection status. Everywhere I go. Following the scriptures, which is powerful. Let's go. But the next part. But just as it was in the days of Noah, so will it be in the days of the Son of Man. People were eating and drinking, marrying and being given in marriage up to the day Noah entered the ark. That means up until the day that the day of destruction is coming. That means literally you can have one more go round to do this and do that, and that'll be your last time, and it's the last day of earth. The last day of what you know. Before judgment come in, here he is, you doing your last thing, and instead of you being saved, whatnot, you're doing it on your last day for destruction. But you don't know that this is your last day. That's scary. People were eating and drinking and marrying and being given in marriage up to the day Noah entered the ark. Then the flood came and destroyed them all. It's going to be the same way. People are going to do what they want to do all the way to the very end and they give their last breath. It was the same in the days of Lot. Look, it's showing you the days of Noah, the days of Lot. It's saying that this is not changed. This is the witness of this. It was the same in the days of Lot. People were eating and drinking, buying and selling and planting and building. Now watch this. Noah will be different from the days of Lot. Sure it will be. Noah's day will be different. It will be Noah's day first. And then we have Lot's day. The days of Lot is like he's talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. And that's dealing with one city. That's not dealing with the whole world. That's dealing with just a specific part of one city. Very wicked. Very wicked place. So it's showing like that's how judgment is going to be. Noah, you got different parts, saying the flood waters takes over everything. This time it says that the different destructions are going to be spread out evenly across the earth. It was the same in the days of Lot. People were eating, drinking, and buying and selling, planting and building. Look, that's what's going on right now. Everyone's always building something. Everyone's always something. That means innovation is going to always keep going. Technology, all that stuff will keep going. Just because it's in right now don't mean that it's the thing, you know what I'm saying, that's going to still be around forever. Like, don't get caught up in it. Like, this is the newest thing. It could be the last thing. This could be a distraction, if you will. But watch this. But on the day that Lot left Sodom, fire and sulfur rained down from heaven and destroyed them all. Which would be the same thing as this. Goshen and those who belong to Goshen could be the only thing that's keeping certain parts of the earth where they're at from being set on fire. Like your street, your neighborhood. Is probably doomed for destruction. But while you are there, the destruction is held back. But the moment that you all get that plane ticket, get on the plane, and fly away to where the king is for safety, the places where it was actually destined for destruction, now destruction will come. But it can't come while you are there. That's what it means. Lot, but on the day Lot left, but on the day Dwayne and Demir and their family left, fire and sulfur rained down from heaven and destroyed them all in Sodom and Gomorrah. After the people got out and was safe, then destruction came for the wicked. But destruction didn't come for the wicked while the righteous was there. It's the same thing as saying, shall I pull up the tares? He said, no, don't pull them up, lest the wheat also get pulled up with them. Meaning what? The wheat has to be perfectly separated or taken away from the tare. It's got to be completely out. It can't be in the same proximity. So like, say for instance, like my mom and my queen, my wife, she's right here and they're somewhere, boom, like in Arizona or whatever. And they're in this one place, and this one place is supposed to be judgment coming on this place, but the whole time while they're there, they don't understand that judgment is pushed back. But then the day that they actually jump on the plane and leave, this place actually gets busted. You're busted with this, busted with that, and everyone who's there is actually suspect. That can lead into a court case or whatnot, where people can't leave until that court is finished. You see what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That's what happens. So things is held back for our people until, you know what I'm saying, they leave, right? So then when our people actually leave, then the stuff that's been held back because our people been there and they done left, it's going to rain down whatever kind of judgment. So don't be surprised where you used to be at in your old neighborhood and you hear it's on fire, you hear some water came in, you don't hear, someone came in with mass murdering, all the people who you once knew got shot in the head or got killed. Like, I'm just telling you, do not be surprised when you hear about these different things once you done left a certain area. It was only protected because you was there. But the moment you was gone and put into safety, I'm going to let my bullets fly. Judgment is about to rain on this day. That's what it's going to be like. So we got other people who are Goshen where they are literally keeping mayhem from taking place. But the moment that they leave, and I'm talking about the moment, it could be okay right now. As soon as they're on the plane in the air already over there, it could be an hour later. All hell breaks loose. Stop. You just got out. Do you know you just got out in the nick of time? Right when you left, when you was getting on the plane, you was getting ready to go. Do you know that they called this? They did martial law. They shut down the whole city. They shut. What, for real? Right when I was leaving? Yes, I didn't even see all that. I was in the air by that time. Exactly, you got out. That's what I mean. That kind of stuff. That's what it means. Like those who's going into captivity is going to captivity. That means you know, the different things that they got set up for you. The different, you know, we got different, you know, programs set up for those who didn't listen to the king. You know, we got programs for them. Different, you know, detention centers for those who didn't listen. It will be just like that. Watch this. On the day the Son of Man is revealed. Look at that. Oh my God. Look at that. It was the same in the days of Lot. People were eating and drinking, buying, selling, planting and drinking. I mean, planting and building. But on the day Lot left, now put the Son of Man, the day Lot left Sodom, fire and sulfur rained down from heaven and destroyed them all. Let's look at it again. So he's talking about this part. The day the Son of Man is revealed, fire, sulfur, rain. Okay, let's go. It will be just like that. On the day the Son of Man is revealed. What? But on the day Lot left Sodom, fire and sulfur rained down from heaven and destroyed them all. It said the day that the Son of Man leaves, that fire is going to be released all over the earth, different places. Judgment is coming. On that day, let no one come down to retrieve his possessions. Likewise, let no one in the field return for anything he has left behind. Remember Lot's wife. Anyone who looks back will what? Be turned into a pillar of salt. So there's no look backs. You move forward. You don't look back. Woe to those who look back. Woe to those who turn back. Watch this. Every single person, well, I won't say every single person, but the persons who usually have turned back, say I need to go back and do this, guess what? One person of those have left Goshen completely. They wanted to go back because they was leaving. Remember Lot's wife. Whoever tries to save his life, look, so everyone who think they made a wise choice on whatever, remember Lot's wife. Now remember, when they was leaving Sodom and Gomorrah, were they told to return to Sodom and Gomorrah afterwards? After they left. Remember Lot's wife. That's what we were coming into. That's what it said, the Son of Man. The time when the Son of Man comes, when all these different things happen, it's like, do not say when the Son of Man, and it will be just like that on the day the Son of Man is revealed. Meaning what? The Son of Man must be revealed. He must come out of hiding. He must come out into the light. Everyone must understand and realize that this is the Son of Man. It will be just like that on the day the Son of Man is revealed, which is what? Fire, brimstone, sulfur rain down from heaven. So that means there's going to be some fire coming down from heaven somewhere. So the day I'm revealed, does that mean like and people realize that I'm him? Does that mean fire and sulfur is raining down somewhere? Or the day that I'm actually shown, is that that's pretty much like, seem like it's judgment day. Like it's a wrap. Like no one else gets anything else. Here he is. All right. Now he's been revealed. Fire, sulfur, rain down on everybody. That's what it's reading like. No. On that day, let no one on a housetop come down to retrieve his possessions. It sounds like a threat. It sounds like something like not a climate change, but it sounds like a weather problem. Like why are you on your housetop anyway? Is it water? Is it flooded? It is flooding? Likewise, let no one in the field return for anything he has left behind. Why is that? What's going on? Are people being killed? Are people being slaughtered? While you're gone, are they being slaughtered? Remember Lot's wife. She was turned what? She was cast out for the most part. She was turned into stone, a pillar of stone, because she turned back. Whoever tries, look at this, to save his life will lose it. I mean, if you try to save your current life the way it is, you're going to lose it. But whoever loses his life, his current life, will preserve it. Meaning what? I always used to be able to do this. I used to be able to do that. If you try to save it, you're going to lose it. You're going to lose your literal life trying to save the life we used to have. But whoever loses the life that they have now will preserve it. Now watch this. It's the same thing. It means flee. That's all it's saying. Remember Lot's wife. What was Lot's wife doing? She was in the midst of fleeing with Lot. But then she began to think about, oh, I had this. Oh, I had that. She had possessions back in Sodom and Gomorrah. She didn't get a chance to get all of her things. So what does she want to do? She wants to go back. I just want to look back at what I left behind. When she does that, boom, she turns into a pillar of salt because she couldn't let it go. She could not let it go. And that's why she turned back. When she turned back to go back, she was turned into a pillar of salt because she could not let go what she left behind. She couldn't let it go. So that's why I was going right to that scripture of whoever tries to save his life will lose it, just like Lot's wife. But whoever loses his life will preserve it. And watch this. Many people might have come from, having this, having that, and all that kind of stuff. We all come from that, right? But for me to try to go back and try to get that, it's crazy for me to do that. Look what Charles is doing. So it says anyone that's trying to do that, they say you will lose it. Look at all the people. It's right there in America now. A lot of people are like, you know what? Well, I don't want to come to Africa, so-called Africa, because, you ain't going to be able to do this, do that. Guess what? You ain't going to be able to do anything pretty soon. Where you at? So those trying to save their life while they're there in America will lose it. Trying to preserve their way of living in America will lose it. But those who loses their way of living in America will preserve it. It means flee. Those trying to stay in America will die. Woo! That's what it means. That means they're going to come up and do a cleansing. If they're already saying that they're coming against carbon, the warfare is on carbon, then that's colored people. I tell you, on the night, watch this, it's showing again, flee. Like I'm telling you, all the things I'm telling you is showing in the scripture. It's giving you more examples of what I'm saying. So it said, remember his last wife that was fleeing. Whoever tried to save his life when he's in the midst of fleeing, try to go back, whatnot, will lose it. But whoever loses his life, meaning what? Loses their possessions, loses whatever it is, their lifestyle, whatever they had there in that place, will preserve it. I tell you, on that night, 2 people will be in one bed. One will be taken, the other will left. Meaning what? One will flee and the other will just choose to stay. One will literally get up and leave. I can't do this. I gotta go. I can't do America. I gotta go. I'm not gonna stay here and let them kill me. I gotta go. You can stay if you want to, but I gotta go. One will be taken and the other left. Look at this other part. 2 women will be grinding grain together, which is the same thing as one will be taken and the other left. Watch this. That means that we could be over here in the land telling people about what's going on. Hey, we gotta get the Sierra Leone, all that kind of stuff. People who listen will be taken. The ones who don't listen will be left. We roll with y'all because the king is with y'all. So we're going to be good with the king. People hear the good news. One might roll, other one might leave, might stay. Watch this. Where King Heartofpsalms, they asked, Isaiah answered, where there is a carcass, there the vultures will gather. So that means that where dead people starts to arise, vultures will gather also to eat them. It don't really sound like burials. It sounds like people are going to be, if it's a lot of death, what if these people are not allowed to be buried? What if it's too many deaths? What if it's too many, whatever? And before they can get to them, on the same day that they died, there's already been a vulture assigned to come there to start eating them. I'm just saying. That can happen. Like the moment you die, you know, they can't really get to trying to bury you or not because vultures is coming down the strike to attack your dead body. Look, wherever means wherever in the world, there is a dead body. Vultures will gather. That lets you know at the time the wicked is going to be eaten by birds, man, by vultures. Think about it. Why would the Father send a vulture to eat a righteous person? Think about that for a minute. I don't care if it's dead. You don't think the Father can actually protect the dead righteous person's body? So just because it's dead don't mean that the vulture has to come around and start to nibble on their body. Well, let alone someone to actually sit there and let them do it. Just saying. Why would the righteous think? Notice, and the two lay dead in the streets. And notice it don't say in the next part, say, and vultures came to devour their bodies. The two witnesses lie dead in the streets. Let's look at that real quick. There it is. There should be vultures in the next part of this scripture right here. Remember, it says where carcasses are, there is vultures. Wherever. Wherever means wherever. The witnesses killed and raised. These witnesses have power to shut the sky so that no rain will fall during the days of their prophecy, and power to turn the waters into blood and strike the earth with every kind of plague as often as they wish. When the two witnesses have finished their testimony, the beast that comes up from the abyss will wage war with them and will overpower and kill them. And the vultures will come and devour their bodies. I'm looking for that part right here. They must have forgot that part. And the vultures, because it's their bodies. And it says wherever there's a carcass, dead body, there will be vultures that gather. But notice with the two witnesses, there are no vultures that gathers around their body, even though they did. For 3.5 days. There's no vultures in sight. But after 3.5 days, the breath of life from King Heartofpsalms entered the two witnesses, and they stood on their feet. And a great fear fell upon those who saw them. And the witnesses heard a loud voice from heaven saying, "Come up here." And they went up to heaven in a cloud as their enemies watched them. Notice there is no vultures. For 3.5 days, all the peoples and tribes and tongues and nations will view their bodies and will not permit them to be laid in a tomb. Notice, and they said, and they did not fight the vultures that was eating their eyeballs. There's no vultures allowed to touch the two witnesses while they sleep. They are rested. Literally, peacefully. They are not in torment. And those who dwell on the earth will gloat over them and celebrate and send one another gifts because these two prophets had tormented them. Again, there is definitely some bodies, carcasses. Wherever there is a carcass, there the vultures will gather, but none gather over the two dead witnesses. For 3.5 days, they are dead with no vultures in sight. Come on now, that's enough for a vulture's family meal, man. It's the vulture family meal, family pack. All you can eat buffet. for 3.5 days with no one to scare them away because they would literally want to gloat over there. How much more would they be gloating over there when they see vultures eat their body? So how can the Father be giving you glory if he's allowing vultures to come through and devour your body? That must be only for the wicked. So the wicked that's going to be dying when we hear about birds, you know, circling their bodies and coming down and swooping down and eating, that's because they wicked. I don't know why. And the Father has allowed for them to be eaten up by birds. So now, when Charles comes into his reign, his power, he's bringing back the full force of his army or his legislation, also with Williams. If anyone is destined for captivity, that means what? He who seeks to save his life will lose it. You can lose your life into captivity. Like, seriously, like, not good. If anyone is destined for captivity, into captivity he will go. To the next part. If anyone is to die by the sword he must be killed. And that is what's coming up soon. This is not like something that's like, oh, this is already past. No, this is what's coming. But remember the beast. We're talking about the beast. The beast from the sea. We're talking about what's happening right now. We're talking about Charles. We're talking about William. We're talking about all that. Look what's happening with the UN. Look what's coming in. Look what it says. He who has an ear, listen to him, right? Listen to the Spirit. Listen to the King. Why? Because I'm telling you, this was coming upon the earth. Captivity and the sword. You already said you already seen in the video, they said they was trying to see how much money they can get from the middle class. They're trying to break the middle class. And they want them to pay a lot of money. They are not trying to let up a little bit. You're either going to pay their course or you're going to pay. That's what they're trying to do. Now look, here calls for the patience. Here is a call for the perseverance and faith of the saints. When? During the time of what? Captivity and people being killed by the sword. Can you imagine that? We turn on we on Facebook or something like that. These many people just being killed by the UN or these many soldiers and no one's talking about it, or they literally just cut off, you know, America from the internet while they're over there just causing mayhem. And then by the time they come back on the internet, people are like, oh, these people done died, and they talk about all the different sites that have seen that have took place in the last couple of months. That's what we're looking at. That's what kind of stuff is getting ready to pop off. The beast from the earth. Then I saw another beast rising out of the earth. This beast had 2 horns like a lamb, but spoke like a dragon. Meaning what? He looks soft, but he's not. This is Williams. This is Williams. Then I saw William rising out of the earth, meaning what? He is pronounced king. He is given into this authority. This beast had 2 horns like a lamb, meaning what? He's coming soft. We need to give Earth a shot. Yes. Give Earth a shot. Stop with all these emissions. Stop it. You know, he's speaking to Trump, speaking to Elon Musk. You need to spend your money on the poor. You need to do all these kind of things. He is coming off in the way that seems righteous, that seems holy, that seems like a lamb. That's how he's coming. He's trying to come like he's humble. Charles' genuine affection for Prince William on display. Look at this. That's exactly what it is on display. That's what it's talking about. He's going to come cunningly. He's going to come like a lamb, but spoke like a dragon. So he looks harmless, but he's dangerous. He looked like he won't hurt a fly, but he will take your life. You understand? All right. This one right here. That's what he's talking about. Him downstairs. Him. He looks like a lamb, but spoke like a dragon. Him. Hold on. It's over. No, hold on. I just probably click on the picture. It's not gonna work. Get back to it. All right. Then I saw another beast. I saw Williams rising out about the earth, meaning what? He's coming into his kingdom. He's coming in as a king. He's coming in to the authority that his father's now given to him. The beast had two horns. That means that this time Charles would also have ascended the throne and be like, no, I'm giving it over to my son. I'm gonna go do some other thing, you know. This beast had two horns like a lamb, meaning what? He is innocent, but he spoke like a dragon, meaning what? The dragon's really behind him. The next part. And this beast, Williams, exercised all the authority of the first beast, meaning what? He comes into the same power as his father's power. All of the authority that comes with it, he has all the authority of his father. And calls the earth. So William causes the earth, and those who dwell in it to worship his father, whose mortal wound had been healed, which could be cancer. It could be someone trying to shoot at him and he's right. Whatever it is, all it is, it will be Williams trying to get the whole world to worship his father, Charles. Are y'all seeing this? All right, the next part. And William, I love this part. And William performed great signs. Wow. Even causing fire from heaven to come down to earth in the presence of the people. Okay. Because of the signs it was given to perform on behalf of Prince or behalf of Charles. It is 2:05. I know. It deceived those who dwell on the earth, telling them to make an image to the beast that had been wounded by the sword, yet had lived. William was permitted to give breath to the image of his father, so that the image could speak and cause all who refuse to worship it be killed. This is what we're looking into. Now we're getting into the mark of the beast. Now, better have to get above here because we can see everything else is just starting to just unfold. It's just right here. We're just waiting on it. the mark of the beast. And the second beast, which will be William, again, and William required all people, small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their forehead, so that no one could buy or sell unless he had the mark of William, or the number of its name, which is what it's the UN, whatever it is, his kingdom is standing for. Here is a call for wisdom. Let no one who has let the one, see, here it is, me, the king. Let the king who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it's the number of a man, and that number is 666. We already know what it is, Williams. All right. So with that, at this time, that will do it for us here on True Colors. We brought out a lot of stuff. If I need to bring any more, I will do it. I know y'all haven't seen me in like over, I think about a week or so. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff that is popping off. The whole relationship is that between me and my father. So therefore, he's going to put the same out there to the world for him. So William is going to be doing a lot of stuff in front of his father. That's going to cause the world to marvel. Yeah, let's get it popping. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that outro, and we are finished.
Man, thank you. Keeping us abrupt of what's going on. Thank you, my king.
Yeah.
Man, we're here. Definitely here, for sure.
Shoutouts.
Revelations. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast in his image, and receive his mark into his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast in his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Satan cast into the lake of fire. And the devil that deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. The great white throne. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And they were judged, every man according to their works, and death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies, they will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Hey, yo, who I said your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Multitude like your haters, not your haters.
Beats by Heartofpsalms.
Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors. Ayy, when you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from Satan's squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth reign. Truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, truth colors, yeah, yeah, truth colors.
Well, remember, truth is not biased, it's absolute. Here you go.